Welcome everyone to another episode of Dungeons and Dice Masters. It's been a while since we've last played. Things have been going on. Now, a couple of announcements. It is our friendly wizard's birthday in 3 days. So happy birthday to him. Aside from that, he's also going to be going on a trip soon. So we'll be sort of taking a little detour with his character, just to kind of like Ashley Johnson in Critical Role, just sort of making that space. In other news, Bashar isn't going to be joining us today. In a similar view, he's got some work stuff on, and possibly next week as well. That's what happens when you work in the military, unfortunately. Aside from those two, I'm not sure. Kel should be joining us soon. In other announcements, as a joke, we've kind of possibly come up with a drinking game for D&D, soon to be announced, including Fireball. But more details on that next session, probably. But getting serious, we don't really have any large announcements other than our group, because of all the changes and stuff with people being away due to work and stuff. There might be a few changes here and there to the group dynamic just in the upcoming sessions, so just bear that in mind. Just to not spring it on anyone, as long as we don't have any, fingers crossed, medical emergencies that I hope no one has. Yeah. So, with that out of the way, I think it's time to get into our session. So, you guys had, upon arriving in Westruun, after travelling from Joran Village, now destroyed, you guys had gone to take a bath at the bathhouse. Following that, you'd gone to the underground tunnel network in brief. You can imagine they stretch longer, but in your brief interaction with them, thanks to the pickpocketing on Adamus's part, you found an underground, I guess you could call it headquarters, or at least base, for the purposes of people that seem to do a lot of illegal trade. As you entered that room that had a number of things in there that didn't exactly look legal, including bags of white powder, which you eventually took one of and now have in your possession. Upon leaving that, you guys then went and did some shopping and a few bits and bobs here and there. Talked to Gilmore in Gilmore's Glorious Goods, got some commissions, particularly Coravar. You've got one that you need to pick up and have a day with Gilmore about. In exchange,
it's not a date.
I said day. Coravar, keep it under your belt.
Sorry.
And that was to be arranged in this following day. In the meanwhile, you guys investigated a few places, just sort of had a scope out, did some shopping, went and saw the Margrave, flirted with some maids, and got told by the Margrave that in order for you to get paid and have the support of Westruun for the undead that appear to be attacking the city, you need to prove your worth. To do that, you have to solve the drug problem in the city. Reluctantly, you took on this quest and you went to go and talk with Maxwell, the town guard. Maxwell seemed an alright bloke at first, until during some conversation, pointed questions, he got a little bit frustrated, a little bit defensive, and highly encouragingly told you to leave. Otherwise you were going to spend your night behind bars. But he is a point of contact should you need him. You guys left and went back to the inn, and you saw on the post-it note board, just as a note, something that I believe Adamus and Kel and a couple others might have been pretty interested in, a missing person, which seemed to be a little kid. and then I believe Fish and one other person was interested in helping the grandma with basically shopping. But taking these notes down, you made your way back to the Bed and Feather Inn, corridor, and yeah, upon getting back there, you guys decided to start figuring out what your next move is, where you can find things. Oh, and in the middle of that, you did encounter some werewolves, which was interesting, and apparently has been more common this week. A few more occurrences. I believe it was the third occurrence this week, which was very strange, especially considering no one found any bite marks on these people. Leaving one alive, the guards took them off, and you had then made your way back to the Bed and Feather Inn, where you decided to plan your next steps. In the meantime, the two smallest characters of the group, Takbo and Fish, decided to take a risky move and head up the stairs into the room, led by Fish at great speed. Started to light up a bowl of this white powder, fortunately succeeding their history checks on how to consume this substance, potentially failing their constitution checks, fell unconscious within the space of 10 seconds after inhaling and consuming the drug, whatever it was. And that's where we picked up, with those two unconscious upstairs, unbeknownst to the party downstairs. So, the stage is yours.
That maid was hot, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
Maybe she was sick.
That's not quite what I meant with when I was serious. You know, is there someone of flesh and blood around here I can talk to about
Maybe you
this?
should go and take care of her, Corovar. I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
I don't think that's the kind. You know what? I like you, Adamus.
Alright, so missing kids. Probably best place to start investigating until your thing with Gilmore tomorrow.
I mean, I'm pretty sure those kids are completely fine. I mean, they're probably just messed up in a illegal smuggling ring and a few other things. I mean, I'm sure they're fine.
I've got a very strange definition of fine.
People have told me that.
Well, I don't really want to sit around in the tavern for the rest of the afternoon, so I am probably gonna go and investigate that.
Well, I mean, I got some time too. I wouldn't mind going with you. Just like I said, just tomorrow morning. I would like to get into bed kind of early tonight so I can wake up early tomorrow morning and go ahead and get this thing with Gilmore done.
Fair. Should we go and get the others then?
Where are the others? I mean, I know the two small ones, they quote unquote snuck away, but where's everybody else at?
right around the table that you're at.
Yeah, I think Basha and Kel were sitting right next to us.
Yes, and for the sake of this episode, I'm not gonna be controlling Basha, so he's gonna be taking a sick day.
Oh, come on.
It's probably because of the bite. But are you not feeling well, Basra? You okay?
No.
He sounds fine.
Strange definitions. Maybe Kel and Basha should go upstairs, get some rest, and know they're both tired, and then the rest of us can go.
Trixie, what do you think?
I'm thinking I might have some contacts that might be worth getting up.
Do you think
About
that
whatever.
you you think that you might know someone who could help us with the kids, or the drug smuggling ring?
Drug smuggling ring for definite. We might have some info on the kids.
Probably.
Was there I mean, I know the notice is on the board, and there's a couple missing kids, but was there like a reward for the kids or anything?
I believe.
DM.
Man, this is taking it back quite a few weeks now. Delaney, I think.
Good job on the notes.
Yeah, I think you were the one to take notes on that one in particular. I remember describing the kid and the names and stuff. Don't. There's definitely a reward. I just don't remember how much. Yeah, basically upon the completion of these kind of things, you would talk to the issuer, usually the town's guard, and they would give you your reward.
Yeah, so I wrote down missing child, Reuben, Applecry, Applecry Reuben, dark hair, blue eyes, human, and there was no reward written down, so I'm guessing that it wasn't discussed, but that's cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So then it'd be the discussion with Maxwell again about being being rewarded. Same with most quests or jobs. Get some music back.
Okay, I was just wondering because I didn't know if this was a completely altruistic thing for you, Adamus.
Well, I mean, it was, but if there's gold in it, that can help the party in some way, so.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to at least get the whiff of what's in it for us type, thing. Gold will always help us out.
You've got a heart of gold, Goravar.
24 karat.
What do vegetables have to do with gold?
I've heard it said. I don't really speak this language very much. I mean, I heard it said, so. Deja vu. It's okay.
Alright, fine. Trixie, do you think that your contacts would be able to get us the skinny on the kids, potentially?
Maybe, but I know they can definitely help on the drug issue, and I'm sure if I ask nicely enough, they can help out on our other issue involving the children.
And do you think that these contacts would mind very much that we're trying to bring down the drug smuggling ring?
I think it'll be the least of their concerns.
Fair enough.
Well, we have 6 hours until nightfall? 7 hours or so. Where should we start? Do we need to go talk to the issuer? I don't know how things work here in the city as far as things concerned. Or do we need to go back to Maxwell and ask maybe for a few leads?
I mean, we've just left the man. He's probably not going to be very happy to have us back there, but that it kind of makes it better. Should we grab fish and tacbo?
I mean, I don't think they want to be left out. I don't know what they're doing up there.
Probably best not.
They're left alone.
I mean, when two people go to the rooms, I mean, I have an idea of what they're doing, but I don't know if that's what they're doing. I don't know. Should we go check on them?
After you.
What? Fine. I guess I'll go check on the little ones.
Alright, so you wander up the stairs, begrudgingly. Knock on the door. There's no response.
Oh, please be decent. Is that kind of...
Alright, so you grab the handle. As you do, you smell something weird. It smells like minerals burning. Like singed. And as you open the door, that waft hits you stronger.
I locked it.
True, actually. I forgot about that. The door's locked. But you do smell that smell.
Okay. I knock a little louder. Takbo fish. It's core of our. Are y'all okay? We're trying to leave. Hello.
Make me a perception check.
That is a 15 plus. That's the soft 20.
Okay. As you listen and wait for a couple moments, you can hear the faint like burning.
Okay. I'm not gonna let her. Are y'all okay in there? Say something before I shatter the door.
Nothing.
Can I follow that behind?
Sorry?
Can I follow that behind?
Do you want to go up as well? Yeah, sure, you can make your way upstairs.
I kind of shoulder check the door, just see if I can. Takbo, like I'm getting alarmed at this point. Takbo, fish, kind of shoulder the door.
The door can doesn't move, but it's locked.
I'm yelling now. Takbo, fish, Takbo.
No, you're supposed to go ahead and open the door, not try and walk through it. You're not corporeal.
I flash a look over at Trixie and just put my finger on the door and I shatter the door.
Okay, so you cast Shatter. That's the one that can be heard 300 feet away, right?
No, that's Thunderclap. I'll put it up in chat just so we can see.
Yeah, put it up in the chat.
Isn't that an area of effect spell?
10-foot thunder damage. 10-foot spear. Point must be Constitution save throw. 3d8. Creature made of inorganic material, stone, crystal, or metal. Disadvantage on the saving throw. So it doesn't make like a sound or anything.
So it's still thunder damage. It's still called Shatter. So it definitely makes a noise as you cast the spell, and the whole door just sort of splintered, and splinters go everywhere, backwards and forwards, and it's basically just kind of like a mini explosion right in front of you, and the doorknob just kind of goes flying into the bed. The door's open.
I cast Trixie a look. I can walk through the door if the door's not there no more.
You realise you're going to have to pay for that door.
I walk in.
As you look in front of you...
You're going to have to pay for that door.
As you look in front of you, now covered in teeny bits of wood and minute bits of dust as well, there's this, in the center of them, is this bowl of slowly burning white powder that's giving off this like blue flame. And then on either side, unconscious, just barely breathing, is Fish and Tuckbow.
Trixie, get in here. They're unconscious. As I use Mage Hand to put out the burning thing, like pat it out.
I'm guessing we know what it is burning, or do we not? If not, then I'll take a check at it.
Trixie, you know that it's sood, but you would know that depending on the flame, they have different effects, the type of sood. So if you want to roll a history check, you can check which type this is. Korvar, make a medicine check for me with your Mage Hand. So use your spellcasting modifier.
Did I hear the door shatter from downstairs?
Everyone heard the door shatter from downstairs.
I'm gonna go upstairs.
Including the bartender.
That's a natural 19, so that's a 25.
25? Okay.
Good for-
No, medicine check without. And that would be just a 23. Sorry, no proficiency.
Right. You do manage to put it out, and somehow you remember studying something about the different types of fires, and one of the types is chemical fire. And with chemical fire of this kind, generally you smother it and crush it, especially when it's drug substances, rather than blowing it out. So it's a good thing you use Mage Hand.
This is basically a motel room with blankets and sheets and everything, right? I grab a blanket and put it over top and kind of stamp it and like step on it, kind of smothering it.
Well, you mean the fire? Because that's already out.
Oh, I thought you said that I had to smother it, but
no.
okay, never mind.
No, I was saying that's what you did with the Mage Hand. Yeah, the magical smothering.
Got it. And then I go over to whoever is not next to Trixie, the other one, to kind of try to wake them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trixie, you
Slap.
don't remember the different types of sood, unfortunately. But you do know that there's you do know the colors. You just don't know what they do. So there's brown, blue, and red. And this one appears to be blue. Now, you were Corva. You were checking on fish.
Whichever one that Trixie's not next to. So I don't know which one that.
Well, Takbo's closest to both of you.
I'll go up to him.
Sure.
Takbo.
No response. There seems to be muscle memory response from you tapping, so he's alive, but he's not with it.
Trixie, do you know anything about what's going on?
The bit is, they've decided to try and have a little experiment with it.
Am I okay?
I can't remember what the different fires mean, but this is definitely them taking drugs.
Am I upstairs yet?
Yeah, if you'd like to be here.
These two fuckers are high.
Maybe so.
The door's coming out of
Future
their
night.
apartment of gold.
My future note, let's never leave them alone again.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna walk straight on up to Fish, cast Cure Wounds, Tagboy, cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Roll me a medicine check for me, if you will. And something to note, which Kel, who is with you, would remind you of, just in sort of passing, as kind of like a, sort of, just as a, so we should probably hide the sood because taking drugs in public is illegal.
I'm gonna go on ahead and I'm gonna hide that bowl straight into my bag and I'm gonna dispose of it later on down a river or something.
Okay. Alright, so you put it in your bag.
24 for my medicine check.
24. Alright. You touch both of them with Cure Wounds. You feel the magic sink into their bodies. Now they haven't lost any hit points, but the magic takes a different turn because of that. And as it sinks in and fades, you see their bodies start to move, like just jitter a little bit in response, and then they start to go into a full seizure, start convulsing.
Kel, can you please do your thing here?
Yeah, can you cast that spell that you cast on me when I was coughing a lot?
Yes, I think so. That was the lesser restoration, right? Yeah. Delaney, do you want to take over Kel for me? Because you're the druid, so you also have access to her sheet. Just until she gets here, which I hope is soon.
Yeah, she's got lesser restoration prepared, and she can cast it twice. So
Sweet. So she's gonna cast it both times? Okay.
well, I mean, maybe she'll go to one first and see if it works
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
expending another spell slot.
Okay. So she casts lesser restoration on anyone in particular?
Just the closest one to her. I
That'd
think
be
that's
Takbo.
Fish. Takbo.
Takbo. He is closest to the door. So Takbo is touched by Kel, the magic of lesser restoration, going through the leg all the way through the body, taking grip, and the body seems to stop convulsing, slows down, and stops. And for a moment, Animus, you swear his heart stops for a moment, and then you hear it pick up again.
She will immediately go to Fish.
Alright, same thing happens. Body stops convulsing, and eventually returns to a normal heart rate.
Are they conscious?
Unconscious still. Make me a perception check for those who want to.
21.
21. $18 for Trixie.
Unnatural 20.
Alright. So, most of you notice that while they're lying still, like this, while the body stopped convulsing, in that moment where the heart seemed to have stopped and restarted again, there was a shift in their facial structure. Very slight, but they were shifting. And as you look a bit closer, with Fish's jaw is open, where the goblin jaw line sort of is pretty wide to begin with, and then comes to a point, and the teeth themselves are usually sharp, you can see that they were shifting inwards slightly, becoming squarer, and the jaw itself was becoming wider at the front. And then as the heart rate stopped and we were recovering from a lesser restoration, it was returned to normal.
The fuck was that?
Trixie, do you still have some of that food?
In my bag.
Right. I think we're meaning to analyze it later. So it looks
This
like
shit's
it's like-
causing the transformation.
Exactly.
There is that bag that they had, which they were originally using, on the floor in the middle of them, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna scoop that up as well.
I so want to study that bag of stuff.
Alright, so Trixie, you have the suit. Yeah, okay. They're drooling on the
It's
floor now.
more
They're just-
easier.
Don't worry about that. I'm sure they'll be fine.
It's easier if I just keep hold of it in one go. I'm used to avoiding people on a regular basis. And if it's all on one person, it's a lot easier for one person to be in trouble if we caught than multiple.
I actually agree with that, and with your context, I'm sure you would be the one safest to hold it. I do want to ask, and I don't remember what Fish and Takbo had on. Does anyone have like an alchemy's kit at all on them?
I do.
So one of my favorite subjects in Drow school and everything was chemistry. So maybe a little later on, I have a sneaky suspicion this is involved in and causing some of the transformations. Maybe we could try a few experiments later.
Absolutely. I can help you in both herbalism and alchemy, so
Yeah. Maybe not now, because there's things that we need to do, and we need to stop them from drooling on each other.
We also need to clear out the smell, because considering how the door got smashed, and I'm pretty sure everyone heard it, it's probably not going to be too much longer until someone comes up and checks.
At that point,
Prestidigitation.
at that point, as you're casting prestidigitation and that slight bit of wind picks up to cover the smell, you guys turn and see this figure that arrives in the doorway, just sort of mouth open, somewhat looking at all of you. It's the barkeep, the innkeeper. What?
I'm going sorry, to grab the spray cans and to start like minor illusioning some stuff, just so that he thinks that we're just like putting on a player, just like practicing something, just like to make it seem like it's all part of like a theatrical performance.
Make a deception check with disadvantage.
This is not my strong suit. 5 minus 1.
I don't know what to say other than I want all of you out of my inn now.
That's fair enough.
That's actually very fair.
I just go.
Just a question. Are you? Can we just pay for the damages and just say that resolve between us? No need to notify or involve anyone else.
Like hell, you're not paying. Of course, you're paying.
Okay. I reach into my bag. I grab a few gold in my left hand. Then I reach out and as I hold my left hand out with the gold, I reach out with my right hand just to shake his hand. I really do apologize for this.
Takes your hand reluctantly and gives you a good eye.
I immediately cast sleep.
So, do you have to roll your D?
It's 5d8.
Roll
and
your 5d8.
if my yeah.
If it exceeds his current hit points, then he goes to sleep, right?
Magically gives the barkeep 200 HP.
23. I was relatively low, but 23 for damage if his health is under 23.
So as he's shaking your hand, and he's like giving you this glare, he releases your grip, takes the gold, puts it in his pocket, stands to the side, says, "Out." Yeah. Falls down to the floor.
So maybe we show him the badge and tell him that we're doing the drug thing for the Margrave.
I was counting on maybe just sending the message to the Margrave that we investigated and we had to put him to sleep so he didn't get hurt.
Alright, but how long does that last?
Oh, about an hour.
So we don't have a lot of time.
I mean, worst case scenario, we could just,
No.
I apologize. It only lasts for a minute. I was looking at the wrong spell.
In that case, to just be time up so he doesn't go anywhere whilst we try and figure out what the fuck we're doing.
I agree. I get my gold back, by the way.
I think that maybe restraining him while we explain the situation might be the better option. I don't think keeping him up here for any reason is good enough.
Let's restrain him. Maybe gag him so he doesn't yell. Don't look at me like that. I don't have a gag on me, all right?
Bullshit.
Sure. Insight check on that.
Alright, make an insight check. Two. Nope. And just for future reference, it's based on it's against the person's or the character's passive deception or persuasion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, still 2 is a fail. he doesn't have any, you know.
Anyways, let's tie him up. I believe that one of us had some, rope.
I'm pretty sure everyone does at this point, but yeah, I'll pull mine out. I mean, my rope out.
Alright.
Yep.
Okay, you've got about 30 seconds left on the spell.
We tie him up and place him on the bed really quickly. I do pull out not a gag, but just a little strip of cloth, and I kind of into the mouth just so he's not talking as he's getting ready to wake up.
Yeah. During this time, Fish and Takbo, you wake up in a very blurred, sort of aching feeling in your body.
As soon as Animus sees them wake up, he's gonna go over to them, smack them both upside the head, and just say, "Never do that again. You scared the life out of me."
Ow.
Ow.
I do a lot of stupid things, and I fuck a lot of things, but I've never fucked the party, and that's kind of almost what just happened with you two.
It was Fish's idea.
It was your idea.
I don't care whose idea it was. The point is that you both did it.
Yeah, you did.
We're about to go ahead and get kicked out, and we could still face getting into trouble. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to jail for you two. I will throw you both under a bus.
What's a bus?
What's a bus?
Under a wagon.
What?
That's infernal for cart.
Oh, which, speaking of that, yes, let me take care of this real fast.
You're still here.
You cannot talk right now. You're gagged.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry about that. Look, I wanted to put you to sleep. Just, I flashed the badge real fast. We're working for the Margrave. We stumbled upon something. We didn't want you to get hurt. So just wanted you to know that real fast.
I'm gonna look around at the floor where all the friggin' wood parts are, and I'm gonna look up at the poor guy in the bed and just say, I'm sorry for locking the door.
Yes. Our compadres over here, the 2 little ones, they will compensate you for the door and the room. Yeah. Thank you.
About that, Corvar.
Animus puts a hand over Fish's mouth.
Corvar walks to the door.
How much did doors cost? How much do doors cost?
I'd say no more than like a couple silver. Maybe a gold piece.
Okay. I put 2 silver coins in the guy's lap.
I flash the badge again.
I give him a thumbs up and go, sorry.
Animus will go kneel down, having released Fish's mouth. Kneel down by the guy on the bed and just put 5 gold in his lap and just be like, I'm sorry for any disturbances. We just had to keep it on the DL. We're working for the Margrave and we don't need any of this getting out.
Make a persuasion check.
Why? Why me? I am so shit at
Can
her.
I come in at the end? We could have just, killed you, but we haven't. So also take that into consideration.
Oh, well, Trixie, there's no need to go that dark with it.
What'd you roll? He just glares at you.
We'll send someone up as we're leaving to untie you. Toodaloo.
You guys walk out of the room and start making your way downstairs.
I don't suppose mending will fix the door, will it?
You might be a while. Piece by
Nah,
piece.
it's fine.
But you make your way downstairs.
I think we should probably leave. Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. I guess, in case anyone else, please speak up too. If no one else says anything, as we're going out the door, I just grab the closest serving person, male, female, it doesn't matter, just whoever works there at the bar. Yeah, can you go up and check room 3 real fast? Yeah, your boss is a little tied up at the moment, needs a little bit of help.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
They start
I'll
heading
pass
off.
the gold in her hand for her trouble.
Thank you. That's very generous. Puts it in her pocket and continues walking.
As soon as she leaves, I look up at Korovar and I just go, now run. When I walk out the tavern.
I follow Fish very closely because I'm in trouble, and this person's going down with me.
You guys walk out the tavern.
Yep.
All right. You come
Well, that
into the
was fun.
streets in a midday sun. On this particular day, it's fairly warm at the moment. The weather's shifted it a little bit. The sun is rays definitely hitting pretty hard. But seems like a fairly quiet day for Westruun at the moment. People seem to be either having their afternoon naps or just minding their own business.
So we got some kids to find, an old lady to help, right? Is that what we're doing right now? And maybe a new inn to kind of stay at.
Probably a good idea to find a new inn. Other than that, we can go to Maxwell again.
It don't matter to me. But I just want to just note on the fact that every time we leave an inn, it's always more worse than when we left it. So
I'm almost at that point where we may have caused enough trouble that we may end up having to just move on.
well, no, we still got undead to kill, and we have a drug problem to solve, and we have some things to investigate with that. Where weird beast changing diseases.
He says that and I kind of rub my jaw, just it kind of feels weird.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that too. So Adamus, I mean, this is kind of your show. I mean, what do you think that we should do? Daisuke or Daisuke Tomodachi desu ka?
Probably go talk to Maxwell so we can figure out what information we can get for the kid and whoever wants to go help the grandmother. I believe that was the thing.
We're also going to need to get a new place to stay for the night.
Absolutely.
Well, we got some hours before we need to secure that. I mean, I don't think that'll be a problem, but maybe taking care of the Maxwell thing before he goes home for the night.
Yep. So we head on through to Maxwell then.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to visit him after hours.
Back to the barracks.
I think I'll wait outside.
Yeah, actually, I
Same
think
here.
I think I'm. Well, that leaves Trixie and Adamus. I don't think he liked me too much last time. I mean, I can go in with you and help out, or I can stay out there with these two. I might need to stay out there with these two to just keep an eye on them, just in case.
I don't mind going in
And
alone.
I was sorry.
Come in.
I just kind of like pat Fish's head.
I didn't know drugs would get us high.
Sorry, what was that, Rain?
Do you want me to make leashes for the little ones? So then they can't go anywhere.
Oh. They're
Alright.
perfectly capable of making their own decisions.
Well, also, I think slavery is the thing, and having a kobold and a goblin leashed up is probably a bad image just in of itself.
First
No,
person to put a leash on me.
You know, like a handcuff kind of thing to keep them trailing with us and not away.
No.
I don't quite agree with that either.
You get bit.
So I'm gonna walk into Maxwell's office.
Yeah, I'll stay outside and just keep an eye on the surroundings and on our two little ones.
So you'll walk into the barracks and get greeted by the receptionist, who again goes, "Ah, hello. What can I do for you now?"
Looking for Maxwell.
Let me just check. No, he's busy for the rest of the afternoon. Sorry, come back tomorrow.
Alright. Not going to happen. So is there anyone else I can talk to about the quests that are currently waiting to be completed? The missing child, for example?
Oh, yes. I believe that would be Cove. He should be available right now, actually, for the next
Beautiful.
15 minutes. He's second in command to Maxwell. His office is just on the right there.
I walk on there.
Alright, so opposite Maxwell's office is Cove's office, and you knock. Yep. Alright, you knock on the door. You hear this? Come in. Walk
I
through
do.
the door. You open the door and it opens up to this very simple, yet very somehow aesthetically pleasing room. It's very simple, very plain, only one desk that's just sort of this very squared off desk, simple quill and parchment on the desk, no fancy chair, no fancy rugs or anything like that, but it's got like these very complementary primary colors in the room. The only decorative piece is this one painting on the side of the wall. It's at first glance it's probably some sort of wild bush or something, but there behind the desk, sitting down, writing on some parchment as he looks up at you, is this shorter dwarf male that appears to have like a slightly reddish beard, not very long, probably down to just sort of there, down past the clavicle. He's got what looks to be like these bright blue eyes, very rough skin. So, what can I do for you?
Hello, sir. My name. I'm sucking with this accent today. Is Adamus. Puts out his hand.
He shakes your hand. So, what does your kind be? Well, I'm a bit confused, really. I've never seen your kind. I don't really know what you are.
That's all right. It's not really important right now. What is important is I would like some more information on the missing child so I can help.
Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, are you do you take orders from someone or are you with it?
I have a group of people that adventure with me, but I don't take orders, no.
Okay. All right. Very well. So, missing child. Flip through some paper. Yes. Apple Cry, right? Ruben.
That's the one.
Yes. I know these people. They're actually a friend of mine. They well, it's not a great story. The family itself has been rather disjointed of late after the divorce, and it seems that at some point after that, which the divorce itself was maybe what week is it now? Must have been 2 months ago now. The Ruben, he didn't take it too well, and after a couple of weeks of this happening, the divorce getting finalized, eventually he just seemed to disappear. I thought that maybe he'd just gone off and hidden, as rebellious children do. It's a tough time, so I let him be. I knew about it, of course. Town's guard reported him running out through the gate, and it's not uncommon for kids to go running into the farms and whatnot. Any further than that, that would be a problem. But we have guards stationed out there. But they didn't recall seeing anyone, especially Ruben, passing through there. So I never heard about it again, and he's been missing ever since.
Is there any way to determine the last known place he was?
Well, I suppose you could try retrace his steps. His family house is it's on the west side of Westruun. It's more towards the west side of the residential area, and I think the guards stated that he had been seen running through the north gate, I believe.
Alright. And I have a compatriot that is interested in the reward for this.
Ah, yes. Sorry, I hadn't even thought of that. I've just been trying to find him. Reward,
Absolutely fair.
of course. You see what our usual rates here are. Missing item, workload, missing people. Here we go. Huh. And would it just be you or your group?
The group.
Okay, group rates. Yeah. And how many of you are there?
Between all of us, probably just
More
the
than
ones
10?
going today. Sorry?
More than 10 or less than 10?
Less than 10.
More than 5?
More than 5, less than 10.
Alright. That puts you in that mark. Oh boy. What a week. So, I believe for this particular quest, that's a sum of 5,000 gold pieces.
Alright. That's fair. And I believe a couple of them are also interested in helping the grandmother.
Oh, yes, I recall that. Yes.
Don't ask me why. They're just eccentrics.
Yeah, they seem to come about from time to time. Plus, we have a few elderly folk that need assistance from here and there. This is just, seems to be one of them. Well, this is coming again from the residential ward, more centered in the center of it. What was the name on that one? Let's see here. Oh, yes, Lorena. So Lorena is I believe she's widowed now. She lives alone by herself, which kind of explains why she needs a bit of help here and there. She's elderly, I believe she's like, I'm gonna say 70, in her 70s. Lived quite a long life. And yeah, nothing much more to it. Just needs a hand with the groceries, I guess.
That's fine. Just for the people that are interested in it, how much is the reward for this one?
Well, this wouldn't be commissioned by us. This would be commissioned by her, and I believe she offered 50 gold to help. I think it's a relatively big shop. That includes the money for the actual items as well.
Alright, that's fine. I'll let my compatriots know. For Ruben, is there anything else that you can think of that might help me find him? Any places he likes to frequent? Any family he might be running to? Any friends? Anything?
You know, come to think of it, there was one apple tree that he really loved to visit. A big, large apple tree out in the farm fields. It's sort of tucked away on the side of one of them, in the corner of one of the fields. He may have gone there. He likes to get an afternoon snack, and it also, I've been up there once with him. It's quite a nice view. Potentially he went there for maybe a bit of a cool down.
Have you checked there yet?
I believe we searched the area. We didn't check in the tree, but you know, you can see up through the tree from the floor.
And how long has he been missing for?
At the current date, I believe he's been missing two and a bit weeks now.
It's a very long time.
So I'm thoroughly worried.
Right. Well, I'll get on this as soon as I possibly can, and we'll try and bring him home.
I appreciate it. Alright.
And I walk out.
Okay, so you walk out and close the door behind him. So you make your way out of the barracks.
Yes, and I will tell everybody about everything that was discussed.
Okay. So Adamus unloads this information to you guys, relays it to you.
So Reuben is the father?
It's the kid.
Reuben's the kid. Parents are divorced. Okay.
And 5,000 gold pieces, you say?
I am all in on finding him. This is a very big deal for me. I mean, kids mean very much near and dear to my heart. We need to find this kid.
But also, this old lady who needs shopping done.
Yeah, but the kid is more important than the old lady.
But the old lady's going to take less, and then it's more money.
Yeah, she's going to die soon anyway. She's 7 years old.
I want to go help the old lady.
I'll go help fish with the old lady, and you guys can start the hunt for Ruben, and we'll catch you up.
It's fine. She just needs help with groceries.
Absolutely
I
not.
mean,
Let the kids go. It's fine.
no.
I'll
For
go
now,
with the
it's fine.
kids, and I will.
We are
You don't want
trustworthy.
You took the rest of the drugs. I don't have any more.
What are we gonna do?
To be fair,
Please give me ideas of what we're gonna do.
yeah, that's exactly what I was debating. There are plenty of things that you can do. I'm just not turning around and telling you what those things are.
Yeah, we're gonna go help an old
Well,
lady.
no,
You
I'm not a
you might-
child.
You might scare her into a heart attack. I mean, you are a kobold and a goblin coming up. You're gonna knock on her door and say, "We're here to help you."
I've got a cute little hat on.
Dress. We're adorable.
Yeah.
They are pretty cute, to be fair.
Not to everyone.
Listen.
Into you
Wait.
too, Trixie. I'm glad we're friends. And I give Trixie the
Wait.
biggest.
Oh, excuse me. I have a little problem with people calling me kid. How old is everyone? Because I'm 19, and I think that means adult.
I'm 6.
He's a kid, but I'm not. I'm the babysitter.
Wait. You're how old? You're a kobold, right?
I'm 19.
That's really old for a kobold, isn't it?
We can live long. It's just most of us don't.
Fair point.
Hey,
Most
Adam,
kobolds.
do you know where I can find the old lady? I want to get this woman fed.
I would have asked that question, surely.
Residential ward.
Yes. But, like, did I ask for a specific address? Please?
No. But it is on the post-it note.
Sweet, thank God.
I mean, I'm gonna take the note and I'm gonna head off towards the old lady with like a.
I'm gonna go with-
Okay.
Maybe we not split the party. I mean, last time 2 of y'all went off, you almost killed
Meet
yourself.
you guys back here. Good luck.
Bye, be careful.
So wait. Hang on, Fish. Carver has got a point. But then it is only 50 gold. And split how many ever ways 50 gold doesn't go that far.
Well, if you help me with this job, you can have the 50 gold.
Really?
Yeah. I just want to
Well-
help the lady.
Look, listen. What I did was a mistake. It was on me. Now Fish is in charge. We're not going to do anything.
I love that everyone is using so much logic.
Somehow that
right now.
concerns me more.
He's 6. He's practically an adult.
free gold. All yours. Let's go.
You do know that if we find the kid and we split the 5,000 gold, it's a lot more than 50 each, right?
I don't want money. I just want to help the lady. Why is this hard?
Yeah, it's going to take like an hour at tops.
No, this is us. This will last the rest of the day.
Just so you know, the distance from where you are to the very west side of the residential ward, based on Kel's description and some rough maps that I would assume you've collected by now, the walk there alone is probably going to be fast paced, 2 hours.
But if I go alone and run, it's gonna take how long?
Probably an hour.
Well, we got to go to the residential ward anyways because Adam has said that the tree where Reuben frequents is over there anyways, right?
His mother's house is there.
Oh, his mother's house. Where was the apple tree thing at?
It sounded like it was in the fields to the north.
Takbo raises his hands. His hand. Listen,
Yeah.
you guys, I have an idea. We all go to the residential area. You guys investigate. Ask the parents about this child. Was he a good kid, or was he a bit of a naughty person? We don't know. While you're doing that, we do the shopping because, as you said, we are a disgusting goblin and kobold, as you put it.
I don't
And
believe those words came out of my mouth.
we'll go help the old lady and be nice people. And then when you're done, we'll meet up. Then we go to the fields, go to the apple tree. Everyone's happy.
Takbo, you're a genius. That's a great plan. We should do it.
Are
I
you
grab the lapels of my waistcoat when someone tells me I'm a genius. Kind of look proudly.
You know, and I'm sure that you're getting the money up front so you can buy the groceries with her money, not your own, right?
I don't have much money. I have like 4 copper.
Then how are you buying groceries for her?
She's
Did
buying the groceries.
She doesn't mind the groceries.
She doesn't need people to buy her groceries. She needs people to take her to get them.
Paying for her own groceries. We just have to come up for her. Old people
You're absolutely right. Y'all have thought this through. You have a good plan. I wish you the best. Go forth and make the old lady happy.
But listen, if the plan, we can do 2 jobs, more money.
I really
You're right.
don't know if it's necessary to go talk to his parents, to be honest with you, because if we think that we know where he is, why wouldn't we just go there first?
Because you want to let the parents know that they're looking.
Well, no. We took the job from the guard, so I don't think it really matters that the parents know. But I would think maybe besides going off of just what this Cove said about his favorite place, we talking to the parents who have known him the longest. Maybe we learn a little bit about his character. Maybe there's other hiding spots or
Exactly,
friends,
Carl.
or relatives.
Fair point.
Takbo's kind of smiling,
Fish just, like,
kind of proud of himself.
very slowly tiptoeing backwards towards the residential ward.
Do not move, fish.
I'll start walking
This
with
isn't
fish.
the place of Blair's and Corvar.
Let's go. Let's go to the residential ward, and we'll go find the kid, and you two go help a 7-year-old lady cross the
I'm
street.
gonna go up to Fish and go. I am very smart.
I can't. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you really broke up there.
Bloop. Okay.
I can. Is it better?
A little bit. Yeah.
Okay. My response was, I can tell you're just as smart as Corvar.
Oh,
We
I'm gonna
whisper
not- I'm
for
gonna-
you don't hear it.
I'm gonna whisper. He wishes he was as smart.
Well, I think Box was the smartest. That's my opinion.
Alright.
I
So
mean,
you guys.
look at him with his ancient knowledge, and Boss was just sitting there completely silent.
So, do you guys make your way to the residential ward?
Yeah, I assumed we're walking and talking.
Yeah, okay. So, the walk there, at least to the address of the mother of Reuben, the apple cries, is going to be roughly an hour and a half. So, throughout that time, unless you guys want to do anything in particular, hour and a half goes by, walking and talking a little bit. Nothing seems to be going on with the town very much. It's a quiet weekend. And yeah, you managed to make it into when you pass through the ward, you can immediately tell where the residential housing begins. It sort of starts off with very nice housing as it's closer inward towards the city. Been what's the word? Not reconditioned, renovated to be a lot nicer, being closer to the markets and everything else is more centric. And then as you gradually get further and further out, it sort of degrades in quality. It's not, you know, shacks, but it just, the architecture seems less taken care of. And it's sort of on the border of sort of like a middle class house, I would say. 2 stories, but relatively small. And there's this fairly standard oak wood door just waiting there. The House of the Apple Cry.
Shall I shout at that one too?
How about
can't.
no?
I can't. I go and knock on the door. Which, by the way, did Fish and Tackler, did we split off, or are we all still at all together?
At the moment, I believe you guys are still together.
I just want to clarify. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they got to the kid's parents' place, I thought the plan was to go to the city.
I'll just make sure.
Where is it?
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you said it was on the note.
Yeah, so it's basically you're on the main street through one of the main streets through the residential ward. So you just keep following that to the very end. You go through a couple side streets and you'll find it. But yeah, that walk is going to take you half an hour. So you guys head off. Okay, so you guys start your journey. In the meantime, you knock on the door of the Apple Cries.
Hello?
There's a brief pause. You hear some footsteps on the inside. And then the door opens. And you see standing there, relatively average height woman with blonde hair, brown eyes. And she seems to be in relatively nice clothes. Nothing too flashy, just kind of home clothes. She's got a cup of what looks to be some sort of hot liquid in her in a cup in her hands. She's holding it. Hello?
Come on. Sorry to disturb you. We found a job listing for your son Ruben, I believe.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, but we would like to help, and we got some information from Cove. My friend did, but we wanted to ask you a few questions, if it's okay, just to make sure that we're not missing anything to do, so we can do our best to find your Podomo, your child.
Okay. Come inside. She turns and walks in, waiting for you to enter. As you all enter the residence, she shuts the door. It's relatively nice in here. It's lit by natural light that's coming through in the afternoon sun. A couple candles in the dark areas like the hallway and the stairway. And it seems that she may have been sitting in the lounge. It's a very basic lounge, a sort of 2-seater lounge suite with a coffee table and a rug underneath. Very simple. She points into that room and she goes in herself and sort of stands by the fireplace mantle that's there, leans up against it, waits for you all to filter in as you all sort of come into the room, and you either sit down or you stay standing. I don't really know what else to say. If you've talked to Maxwell, or Cove, he was always such a happy boy, always so lively and so full of energy. What do you want to know?
Are there places that he would often run to, potentially?
Well, he loved the markets. He loved seeing all the different things that were out there, and I would always give him a little bit of money, you know, a couple copper pieces just to get like a fresh pastry or something. Just he'd love that, and he'd love to go to the apple tree out on the nearby farm. A big apple tree, you know, barrels massive in size. He'd climb that, and he's never fallen. He's a very good climber.
And the people who owned the farm, did they mind?
No, not at all. Generally, the people who own farms here are very good-natured people. Yeah. I think they enjoyed it to an extent. They don't really collect any of the apples from the apple tree. It's just sort of there. So I think that they enjoyed it getting some use.
And what about friends of his? Anyone that he would go stay with, or maybe hide out?
Well, he's being homeschooled, so he didn't really get out and see many people, you know, aside from any friends that he'd make in the streets, I suppose. He's always so cheerful. He would always say hi to anyone he could, but he never mentioned anyone in particular.
And he's been missing since. Sorry if I bring up a sensitive subject, but from your divorce.
Yeah, he about a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he disappeared.
And where would your ex-husband be then?
He nowadays I think he's staying with a friend. A few streets away from here. I think he's still doing the wood carving business. His idea was to, you know, make his own shop, I suppose, but I don't know if that's still his goal or what he's doing now. I haven't spoken to him in a few weeks since Ruben disappeared.
Alright, and does Ruben have any toys, anything that he's particularly attached to?
He always actually, come to think of it, he always loved anything creative, mostly mechanically, you know. So some days I'd catch him with a hammer or a spanner. Other days he'd just sort of be playing with something that he'd made, and it would just be something simple, something, I don't know, like 2 sticks nailed together or something, a makeshift toy, I guess.
Did your son blame himself for the divorce?
No, I don't think so. There was a lot going on, you know, with the whole divorce. I don't think I really, maybe I should have paid more attention to him.
If we need to speak to your husband, is there an address you can give us?
Yeah. Yeah. His name is Lark, and he lives just over there. She gives you the address. Yeah. Please find him.
Can I please roll an insight check on this woman?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural.
16 plus 4.
A dirty 20. Okay.
Yeah.
You could hear strokes of depression in her tone that are covered up by attempts at ignoring her emotion, as people who are struggling with their own emotions do. You definitely get the sense of genuinity. I'm gonna turn this down.
Sorry, that
I
music
know.
changes you were talking
I
about.
know, this is really bad. I'm just gonna put that on pause, because that was a bit jarring. Yeah, she seems, there's a lot of genuinity in what she had to say. You didn't catch any tones of underlying ulterior motive or sense of dishonesty.
Yeah, cool, sweet. I'm happy with that.
As we're thank you for the information. Do you have any other questions, Trixie or Adamus?
No, I think we'll be fine.
Okay. We'll we'll do everything we can to find your child and bring him back safely. And there's just one question though. As we're leaving, did you and your ex-husband submit the request to find your son, or just you?
It's just me.
Okay. Your ex-husband, the boy's father, didn't go with you, just hasn't said anything, or?
He has other company now.
Okay. We'll find him.
Thank you. You guys sort of make your way out of the house, and she gives you a slight wave as you leave and closes the door.
Boy's creative and his father's a woodworker. Probably the best option to go there.
Or the fact that the father is not involved in any searching or trying to find the boy.
Could already have him.
Yeah. I'm curious about the other company.
I think we should just walk on straight through to go see him, if that's cool.
Balls.
I would
Whoops.
I would maybe even suggest instead of going straight over to the father's house, maybe check out the business that he opened up. Check that out first.
Absolutely.
Okay. So where are you gonna go?
Father's business.
Yeah. Trixie, unless you have another idea or anything, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm not that sure at this point in time. I mean, tried that.
Yeah.
So then just doesn't sit right. He doesn't put in the report or anything like that.
Or doesn't assist and isn't, you know, as a father, I would assume be whatever differences between you and the mother, you'd still be involved in trying to find your child.
Yeah, something just doesn't sit right with me on that. Just got a feeling.
Okay, so you guys gonna go visit the house, his house first, or are you gonna try and find his business because you didn't get a name or an address of the business?
Good point.
We're
we
still
know.
right outside the house. We could just knock on the door again. And be
Well,
like,
no, we know the father's name. His father's name is Lark. I mean, we can just ask around. There's a marketplace. Is there a woodworking business that's owned by a man named Lark, or that's operated by him? I mean, that I don't think we should bother her too much anymore.
Are you asking?
That was more just talking to the everyone else. I mean, that's what I would think. But again, I'm open to y'all's suggestions because this is a very noble pursuit. We really need to find this kid.
yeah, no, I agree with you. Maybe not bugging her too much is probably a good idea.
But at the same time, she's the quickest one, you know, person who would have probably have the answer to where to find that.
Also a good point.
You know, I'm sure she won't mind being disturbed if it means we can potentially find her son quicker. Or get through our lines of inquiry and our leads quicker. Because even if we don't find him, at least knowing that he's not in these places, at least it narrows it down in the future.
I agree. So, I mean, I'll follow y'all on this one. Just a note, though, the notice didn't say anything about dead or alive. Just we got to bring the boy back, right?
Yes.
I'm sure.
I'm just
bring him back
asking.
alive.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, of course. I mean, no, you know, it's a very noble quest. We got to bring the boy back and everything, but just in case, I mean, we just need to return the body, right? For the $5,000.
Somewhere in the residential ward, Fish gets upset for no reason.
I'm not. My neck is itching all of a sudden. I'm not saying we kill the kid. I'm just saying if something happened to the kid, we still get paid if we bring the body back.
I don't know.
Sure, the first thing that's going to be on anyone's mind if that kid is dead is here's some money for finding him. It's going to be burying the child, and also we have the discussion right outside the mother's door.
We're walking at this point. I mean, come on. I am not that bad. At least I'm not yelling. Okay.
All right. As we're walking away, I'll probably just go back to the house, knock on the door, and just ask her for the address for the business.
She meets you at the door again. And she's, oh, it's you again.
Sorry to disturb you. I just forgot to ask for the address for your husband's business, just in case he isn't home.
Right. Well, I don't, like I said, I don't know if he's set up the new business that he wanted to, but the one that he was working at, I forget the name, but you'll find it in this area, and she gives you the address of the one.
Can you just let me know, were he and the kid close?
Yeah, they used. That's what I don't understand. He gets his creative skills and abilities and passion from Lark, and they used to build things together. They once built or tried to a catapult together. He was only 6, but yeah, I don't really know. It just sort of doesn't care anymore. I haven't talked to him about it. I don't know.
Adamus is just gonna like pull her into a hug and try and comfort her before leaving again.
You can feel the tears just sort of falling onto your shoulder, and as you release the hug, I'm sorry.
Never be sorry. It's understandable, but we will do our best to get him to you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Just gonna give her a shoulder squeeze and walk on our way.
She closes the door behind.
Runs right back to the other chair and she's like, alright, I know where we're going. Just go that way.
Okay. Where the business is going to take you a little bit longer than Fish and Takbo's journey. So we'll cut back to them while you guys are traveling. Fish and Takbo. Now, you are traveling to this grandma's house. You managed to make it to where you think she is, based on the description and based on the location and the streets. And there's this one small single story house. It's got a kind of like a porch situation going on, a couple pot plants. Knock on the door.
I'll knock on the door.
You hear, after a couple seconds, just a minute, and it's about a minute passes before eventually you hear, oh, hello there, young child. Yes, why are you here?
Hello.
Oh, there are 2 of you. Why am I seeing double? I can't tell these days.
No, there are 2 of us.
Oh, good. Yeah.
We're here because you put an ad out that you need help with your shopping.
I do? Oh, yes, that's right, I do, yes. I don't have any food. Hang on, I feel like I wrote this down somewhere. Come in. I made some cookies, although I don't remember where I put them.
I love
Come inside, please. She's got this walking cane, and she starts to slowly grandma shift inside.
And you guys didn't want to do this side mission.
I'm
I go
gonna
inside.
keep a smile on my face, but I am gonna use the sending stone to warn Basra that there might be danger in the near future.
Or your glasses.
I walk in, kind of hiding a bit behind Fish because I'm not used to nice people.
Okay.
I love old people.
So you walk in and it smells immediately of incense. And just sort of very floral mixed with the incense as well. You can tell it's very much old style architecture, old style decorations, and you know, got the classical sketch portraits up here and there, and the candle lights on the mantelpiece, and just like old couches, that kind of thing going on. And as you walk in, she's shuffling over to the kitchen, and goes up to the bench top and grabs a few pieces of parchment. Oh, right, I forgot to do something today. All right. Oh, this is it. Yes, it's my shopping list. Here. Okay. And she's giving it to you, but like her arms off to the side. You have to kind of just
I'll take
reach out.
I'll take it. What kind of stuff is on it?
It's like, you know, all your typical like cabbages and fruit and veg, and there's a couple items of clothing in there, and there's various sizes as well. And you know, it's like winter cloak and a new bed sheet, things like that. Just it's like a very like a spring shop. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She's
There's quite a lot on here.
Is there?
Well, not that much, I suppose. I give it to Fish, not knowing if Fish can read.
Oh, fish can absolutely read as long as it's in common.
Well, yes. Oh, cookies. Yes. I think I've put them over
I
here.
look around for the cookies.
They are very obviously on the shelf on the next to the countertop.
Excuse me, miss. I believe your cookies are right here.
Oh.
And I point them out.
What are these? I thought these were the cookies over here. What is this?
I made you cookies, and I'll hold out the plate to the old lady.
Oh, that's a potato. Never mind. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, thank you. I don't remember when I made these.
Does anything happen? Are these scary cookies?
No.
I immediately
eat
put
a
the
cookie.
rest of the cookies in my bag.
I want a cookie.
Well, I put half the cookies in my bag, and I put half the cookies in Takbo's bag.
I'm gonna eat one. Are they stale?
A little bit, but they taste really good.
What flavour are they?
These would be vanilla and raisin.
Hell yeah. I eat like 3.
Oh, would you kiddies like a drink? I could put on some tea, or I think I've got something. Water. Yes, I've got water.
I kind of look to Fish. What kind of thinking like what kind of time frame we're working on here?
I'm sorry, but
He's in charge.
I think we're kind of in a hurry.
Oh, of course, dear, of course.
The funds to pay for these groceries.
Oh, yes. I put them. Where did I put them? In a pouch.
I look
somewhere.
around for money.
Make a perception check.
I'll make a perception check as well to try and find them.
Okay.
Oh dear.
What'd you get?
An 11.
Okay.
19.
Alright. You guys both find the pouch sitting very obviously on a coffee table in the lounge.
I swipe it.
Alright. I don't remember where I put it.
Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. We'll
Oh,
be back
no,
as soon
please,
as-
I insist, I must pay. We came all this way.
It's alright. You can pay us back afterwards.
Are you sure? Do you have the funds for this? There's a lot of shopping.
It's my pleasure.
Oh,
And
you're
mine.
such a sweetheart. Oh, thank you, you two. You're such
Not that she
saints.
notices. Not that she notices, but he looks very confused because he doesn't understand sweetheart. He's like, wait, danger. She eats hearts.
You two are very cute little things, aren't you? Yeah. Now, did you have to go, or did you want to stay for some tea?
I believe we should get you your food as soon as possible, man.
Yes, we want to
Almost
get
dinner
make
time.
sure. Yes, we want to make sure you've set up for the spring.
Oh, all right. Yes.
Alright, Tacbo, let's do this.
Right behind you, Chief.
As
Oh,
soon as we
okay.
get inside, I
Goodbye
can-
then.
Goodbye. Thank you for the cookies.
All right, so you guys leave.
I count the money in the coin purse.
There is. It's mostly in silver pieces, but eventually they count up to be about 60 gold pieces.
Okay. And we set off with the grocery list to do mundane shopping.
All in silver pieces. It's a hefty bag.
Yep.
All right.
I say to Fish, isn't the taking of that coin purse a little bit immoral?
No, she was supposed to pay for her groceries, and I don't know. I didn't want
Why did you lie?
Because, I mean, it's just so much easier, let's be honest.
I thought you were good.
Am I not?
I mean, yeah. Also, you got very. Why did you look scared when she said "sweetheart"?
I mean, I don't get it. Is it a thing? Like, do old people eat hearts? Is that why they're cute?
It means like you're nice. Like your personality or like is sweet. It's nice, pleasing.
It is a fool. So why would you... Okay, I get it. I'll ask Bashra later.
Yes, he's obviously the person you want to ask about those kind of things.
Yeah, he's the most intelligent.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of start looking at the list and seeing what's the closest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep stopping.
So do you guys head off to the shopping ward? Market ward?
Yeah, let's buy this. Let's buy this stuff.
Okay. Alright, so you guys make your way there. At roughly, based on the amount of time spoken, speed, more or less, give or take 10 minutes or so, you guys will all arrive in the market ward at the same time. Given slightly different locations, but I'd say by the time the three, or four rather, get to the wood carving business and sort of start having a conversation there, you guys will have kind of been shopping around a little bit, and then eventually you'll make your way, meet up with them. But excuse me, the four of you make your way into the market ward, and you eventually do find this wood carving shop that's sort of off a little bit in one of the side streets near a metal worker and a leather worker. And there seems to be a couple people in there, mostly in the back that you can hear working away, and there's one front counter person.
Before we go in, maybe a little bit of a game plan before we go in.
Well, I think that if the kid's hiding out here, it might be good to have someone do the investigating while other people do the talking. I can shift.
I'm used to being safe.
Trixie, alright? If you think you've got it, you go ahead.
And I promise you that I can be very, very loud and talkative when I want to be. So
You already know.
Whatever, we've been there.
So, well, I just want to make sure I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna start talking to everyone. But am I accusatory? Am I just asking questions? Am I trying to find Lark? You know, I just want to make sure that what's our
Asking questions. I'd say play it safe.
No accusing anybody. Not at any point. I don't think it's necessary. Maybe trying to find where Lark actually is our first option.
okay? And did we actually get a description of what Ruben looks like?
Yes. And Adamus will show him the image that he sketched of the boy.
Young boy, how old?
I don't actually remember. It was somewhere between. I know he was under 11, I believe.
Yeah, I think he was like 10 years old.
Mm.
His name is Ruben Applecry. He has dark hair, blue eyes, and he's human. That's the description that was on the poster.
Cool. There you go. Yeah, I thought he was 10. I just couldn't remember exactly.
The poster didn't state his age. That was just what Adamus kind of gleamed off the poster when you were describing. Yep.
Yeah.
Roughly 10 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Dark hair, blue eyes, human, roughly around about 10 summers, 10 years. Okay. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna go in here and I'll talk, and y'all are gonna look around, right?
No, I'll talk with you. Just to add another level of distraction. I think it would be safer if one of us is investigating.
Okay, that works. Let's do this then. Walk in, immediately look around, take stock of who's in there, and then would walk toward anyone near a counter or who appears to be in charge.
Okay. This particular shop is not quite like all the others. It's more set up to be sort of like a butcher, in that the front of the shop is literally a kind of like an open. How do I describe it? Kind of like an open archway, squared off, and there's the counter there, and there's a drop down gate that closes up. So when they close up shop, it drops down and they lock it up. So you literally just kind of walk up to the counter, and there's various woodworking tools and mostly in creations that they have hung up on the wall behind as kind of like a window shop kind of thing.
Would walk over to still the same one whoever's in charge, who appears to be working and proprieting, and just Kambawa.
Come again?
Good evening, good afternoon. How are you?
Yes. Fairly good. Fairly good. Yep. Nothing much I can say otherwise. It's pretty good weather. How about you?
I wish. Well, I wish I was doing better. I'm actually here on behalf of a little boy who was missing, and just trying to find him. Trying to find his father, Lark. Are you he?
Oh, Lark. No. He's currently working in the back. We'll go get him though.
Well, just a minute. I'm trying to, like I said, trying to find his son. And you mind if I just talk to you for a few minutes? Maybe you can shed some insight on some things. Maybe things I haven't thought of or haven't found yet.
Sure. I don't know how much help I'll be, but sure. Ooh.
Did you ever see little Ruben? 10 years old, human.
Yeah, he's come around here a few times. I remember him. Yes. He's a happy little chap.
That's good. Have you seen him here in the last few weeks?
No, actually, I haven't. I don't think I've seen him in probably close to a month.
Okay, that's Um, do you know why? I mean, like you say, from what his mother says, he's relatively creative, right? Right, Adamus. This would be like a perfect place for someone of him to kind of hang out.
Oh yeah, but you know, it's still a workshop, and he's only young. We can't have him around here all the time. He would mainly just come and watch people work, and sometimes he'd he'd mess around with a couple tools here and there, and we'd keep a close eye on him. But he wouldn't be here all day, you know, every day. Just from time to time, he'd be around.
And are you close with Lark?
I can't say that we're close. I just know him fairly well from him being around. I know what he's like. I didn't ever really spend one-on-one time with him.
All right. And do you know about his, I guess, current pursuit of his own business then?
Oh, sorry. My apologies. You said Lark, right? Not. I'm still thinking of his son Ruben.
Oh, Lark.
Apologies. Lark. Yeah, I know Lark. He's been working here for close to 5 years now. He's a good worker. He loves his job. Loves what he does. Loves it when Ruben comes around, and yeah.
This is his shop, or I mean, 'cause he's breaking out on his own, right?
Oh, what? Come again?
I think we just.
Sorry, sorry, my command of this language. I'm sorry. I speak Drow more often than not. He does work here and comes over here quite. He works here every day, right?
Yes, he works here. He's like I said, he's been working here for 5 years. This is my boss's shop. He's not currently here, but yeah.
How has Lark been acting these last couple weeks? I hear him and his wife went through a splitting.
Uh, yeah, I forgot about that. Come to think of it, he did kind of, he was acting a bit weird recently. Um, Probably around that time when they got divorced. Just before it, actually.
Weird in what way?
Well, he's very much a man of routine. He loves to stick with his patterns, and he has all. You should see his tool shop. His workbench, his toolbox. It's all, every tool is in order, from use to size, categorized, everything. And every time he works, always spick and span, clean. But he'd always be fairly friendly too. He'd greet people, and occasionally even buy everyone lunch. But since then, now that I think about it, he's kind of been a bit more disorganized, and just been acting like he seems a bit off. I figured it was just the divorce. I didn't really pay much attention, but now that I think about it, it was a bit strange.
What do you mean by off and strange? Can you? I don't know.
Well, he always seemed to have his. He's always a one that's been grounded, focused. But since then, he seemed a bit more daydreamy, more head in the clouds kind of attitude. Also,
Is there anyone else that you've seen kind of new in his life?
new.
Yes.
He's told me a couple times about this amazing new woman since the divorce. that's in his life. He didn't give me a name or anything, but he's always told me how stunning she is and how beautiful she is and all that kind of stuff.
Does she happen to have red hair? Did he tell you that?
No.
I was going to ask that too.
Why?
Just
Well,
curious.
Yeah.
Look, I'm one for a redhead myself, but I don't think Lark's the type.
Well, yeah. Well, they redheads do grow on you. Anyways, so, well, thank you. What was your name? I'm sorry. My name's Corvar. This is Adamus. I'm sorry we didn't introduce ourselves first.
Ah, good to meet you. My name is Justin.
Well met, Justin. Again, thank you. And if it's not too much trouble, could you lead us to Lark, please?
Well, I'll go and fetch him because you can't come into the workshop. But if you want to just head around that side there, I'll bring you out the back door, and you guys can have a bit of a chat if you like.
Yeah, no worries. Are these some of the do you have some pieces put up while we can kind of look around? I mean, I'm kind of interested in woodworking as well.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, right behind me, as you can see, there's a number of things here that we are very popular, put on display. You've got a few picture frames here, nice and decorative. I think over here, we keep the kiddies' toys over here, as you can see. A couple wooden swords.
Well, thank you. We'll look over here while you, if you
Yeah.
go get Lark, please.
All right, be 2 secs. He heads off through the door, and as he opens it, you can get louder the hammering and the sawing and all that kind of woodworking noise, and you don't hear any chatter. He closes the door behind him, but yeah, you guys can make your way around.
Go ahead.
Is there a place to sit?
Sit. No.
Okay. All right. Fine. Adamus will sit on the ground, cross his legs, open up his ribs, and let Avira out. Something you'll notice, Korovar, is as soon as Avira comes out of his chest, Adamus's eyes go from this glowing blue as you've normally seen them, and then they'll go completely colorless and white. And then he'll just kind of slump over. One of his eyes will remain blue, and the other one will stay white. And the same thing will happen to Avira's eyes. And I'm going to look through my familiar and have a look around.
Okay, where are you looking?
I'm just going to follow Trixie while he's investigating.
Oh.
And stealthing.
Corva, did you want to say something?
Oh, okay. There are some questions there. Do I still see Trixie, by the way?
That's a good question. I don't even know what happened to Trixie.
Before you cut the I'll point a direction just behind me to where I think Trixie would have followed us or would have been somewhere behind us. And this is the first time I've tried this. I'll use the wizard hat, which that's a 12. It doesn't go off. To cast message and just whisper, I'm going around back. Something just happened to Adamus. I'm going to go talk to the boy's father. You can reply to this message. And then I guess walk over and kind of whatever Trixie's doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If you're stealthing, roll me a stealth check for whoever it is.
Would Vera have found Trixie before?
Depends on if you've talked about it beforehand, where he was going to be.
I don't think we did, no. So I guess
I only got a 6 in the stealth check because I'm rolling like garbage today on the dice bot. I might actually move to my dice.
Well, you know where Trixie is now.
Sweet, so Avera's gonna just flutter on over. And yeah, just hang with Trixie and follow wherever he goes.
Okay. Trixie, what are you doing?
I'm gonna send Pixie off for a nice little fly around, looking any sort of like small places where a child might try to hide.
Okay.
If there's or where you might try and hide a child, anything like that.
Just so you are aware, um, a an imp in a crowded city like this generally doesn't go well.
Yeah. Alright, I guess I'm doing that then. I'm gonna look for anywhere that looks like a small child might be able to be hidden or hiding, and then I'm also gonna sort of like have a look for any sort of paperwork or anything that might give any clues.
In this in the
Yeah,
city you're talking about?
the workshop.
In the workshop.
Oh, in the workshop. Okay. Alright.
Vera will also, like, while Trixie's stealthing around, having a look through, like, tiny places, any places that Trixie can't get into, because Vera is quite small, can fly through there. Also, just kind of trying to not stealth too much, just in case the kid is drawn out by a mechanical bird, might be interested by it.
Okay. So, Korovat, you walk down the alleyway, and it's only just an alleyway really, it's just kind of between the two buildings, and there's a door that opens, and a dark-haired man with a fairly square jaw, large nose, walks out, you know, really like large hands as well. They look like weathered and very tough from years of work as a carpenter. Walks out and sort of looks to the left and the right, sees you and goes, sort of nods and, hello!
Hello, Lark, as I silently think to myself, oh shit, I am by myself in a dark alley talking to someone who I don't know who's dangerous. Fuck.
It's not that dark. It's still
Well, but
lit by the sun.
Yes. Lark?
In that moment, Trixie, you can take the opportunity to walk through the door. It's kind of the only entrance that you've found so far into the workshop.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so you walk through the door?
Yeah.
Alright. You walk through. You're immediately greeted with the workshop members who kind of are busy at work. As you wander in a little bit, just through the threshold, one of them kind of near the door looks up at you and goes, hello? Who are you?
I'm just looking for someone.
Right, well, have you spoken to Justin? He might be able to help you. He's at the front of the shop. This is the workshop.
My friends were here earlier. I'm apparently they're still here. I'm just looking for them and where they've gone.
Right, well, who are you looking for?
Guy with pointy ears, non-human metal thing.
I haven't seen anything like that. To go speak to Justin, he might be able to help you.
I'll go do that.
Yeah. Okay. You walk back out.
No, actually, I think I'm at that point where I'm gonna give it almost like a silent prayer, and then I'm gonna turn invisible.
Okay. So you kind of...
And then I'm gonna sneak around that way.
Alright, so you sort of turn around, and as you're walking back out through the door, you go invisible. And then you walk back in.
Yep.
Alright, roll me a stealth check with advantage. In the meantime, Gorva, Larkos, hey, so what can I do you for?
What does Lark look like?
He's got dark hair. He's relatively short, but stocky, well built. Seems human. Large hands, like I said, weathered and tough from years of woodworking. Large nose, brown eyes, square jaw.
Taller or shorter for a human? Corvar's 6 foot, so I just wanted to.
Oh, he's like 5'5".
Got it. Okay. Yes. Sorry to interrupt your work. My name is Corvar. I was talking to Justin a little bit ago, and
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm also here trying to find Ruben.
Ruben.
I am gauging the reaction based on me saying his name.
Make an insight check.
That is a natural 5. Oh, now that's night. That's definitely an 8.
How much is it? 8.
That's 8. Yeah.
Okay. From what you can tell, with an 8, at the moment he seems to be just recalling everything about Ruben. He said, "Yeah. What can I help you with that?"
Well, more like what can I help you with that?
I don't really have any. I don't really have anything to say. I assume you've spoken to my former wife. She's probably.
No, actually, I haven't. The poster listed names, and my friends and I, we were closer to the marketplace. We're stopping by there next.
There's a poster.
You didn't know that? You didn't submit it?
No. No. Is there anything else on the board? Was it? What kind of poster is it?
You know your son is missing, right?
He's yeah, but not really a son of mine, you know.
I'm sorry. No son. He's not your son.
You know, I don't know if I'm very comfortable talking about this. If you want to find him, then I'm sure my ex-wife can help you more with that.
You don't want to find him?
I don't really particularly have any interest in it.
Lark, I'm gonna be. I mean, you are the boy's father, right?
As far as I'm aware.
Well, we're just trying. I'm trying to help you find him. I'm sorry you feel uncomfortable with this, but I would like just. I mean, when was the last time you saw him? Just a few questions. If this is some argument or anything related to your ex-wife, that's your business. But I am trying to find a young boy who is missing.
I haven't spoken to my ex-wife in probably close to 4 weeks now.
Yeah.
I don't really have any business to do with that anymore. We're divorced. We've moved on.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you've moved on. When was the last time you saw Ruben? Was it around the same time?
I think so. Probably. I don't know. It's a little hazy. Maybe 3 weeks ago.
Out of character question, are you pantomiming the reactions of this guy? Like, is he standing with his arms crossed?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Lark, I don't mean to put you on the defensive. I mean, I'm just trying to find a little boy. There's no need to be so closed off with me.
I mean, I don't really care, so I don't have any particular need for this conversation.
Okay. So you haven't seen him in 3 weeks. Huh. I look him square in the eye. And again, I'm judging every reaction, every tick, muscle expression, everything as I flash the badge from the Margrave. Did you hurt this child?
No. Make an insight check.
Because a lot is riding on this one, I'm going to do this one in the channel.
Sure.
God, son of a bitch. That's a 7.
It's pretty hard to read. He's a fairly stone-faced character at the moment. I didn't hurt him.
Okay.
I don't have any reason to.
Okay. Well, then I'm terribly sorry to have interrupted your work for what seems to be a very trivial manner. But thank you for talking to me. Seriously.
Yeah. I gotta get back to work, so...
And I don't want to keep. If we do find him, do you want me to come back and let you know?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I bow and arigato gozaimasu. Konbanwa.
Yeah.
Thank
See ya.
you very much.
He opens the door to the workshop and walks back inside.
Out of character, I want to stab this dude in the face.
Meanwhile, Trixie, you entered the workshop. Invisible. So, is there anything in particular you want to do while in there? Mostly the setting is, as you'd imagine, like a normal carpenter's workshop where both sides of the wall have roughly 2 to 3 workbenches each, and then at the very back of the shop there's this sort of collection of shelves and one long stretch of bench where there's all kinds of wood products and timbers that are lined up, all kinds of tools ready for using.
Is there like any workstation that looks like it could possibly belong to like the father? Is there like any workstations left unattended?
Yeah, there's definitely one on the further side, towards the front, probably the first one. It looks like someone had been working on something and had been, either just left it or stopped midway. The others either are currently occupied or empty.
I'm gonna sort of like take like a cursory sort of like glance. I'm not gonna move anything because I don't want to give away that I'm there. But is there anything that sort of gives like an indication to like the father, like has he got like a drinking or a drug problem or anything like that? Or is he in debt?
I'd say this is a perception check, considering you can't, or you're choosing not to move anything.
It's a 2.
As far as you can see, it's mostly just tools scattered rather haphazardly around the desk or the bench and the toolbox there. It seems to be made of some steel and wood combined. You know, one of the drawers is left halfway open, and there seems to be, like, there are chairs for each workbench, and there seems to be a cloak that he probably uses to travel to and from work here and there, and whatever he was working on is on the bench.
Does the cloak have any pockets on it?
It has 2 pockets, one on each side.
Can I carefully put my hand in those pockets and sort of have a feel?
Make a sleight of hand check.
I spelled that wrong.
I think it has to be capitals.
Uh,
Okay.
oh, it finally went through. That's a 12. Just took time. That's what's now going slow.
Let me double check something here.
By the way, guys, this investigation is going swimmingly.
We're
I
personally-
don't have my dice box. My dice box has gone missing, and I've lost my Trixie dice right now. So I really don't want to have to try and roll without my dice box and without my Trixie dice.
Okay, so you managed to have a feel in both pockets. In one of them, you find what looks to be just some sort of probably food, like wrapped up food, possibly half-eaten lunch that he's maybe keeping in there for the evening. The other pocket, you don't find anything, but you notice is what colour's your skin again?
Grey.
You notice as you pull your hand out of the left-hand pocket, though there was nothing in there, some hair gets caught on your hand, just like a couple strands. You know how you can feel like that tingle. So you pull it off, and as you do so, you notice, you remember seeing Lark exit the building. He's dark-haired, but his hair was fairly short. You have a little bit of a closer look at the hair, and it seems to be this bright blonde, long strands of hair.
And I'm gonna like keep hold of that, and then like I'm also gonna go on ahead. And how far open is that drawer?
For the toolbox, it's roughly a third of the way open.
Is it enough for me to get a hand into?
You could probably try.
I'm going to try, but if it feels like I'm like putting too much pressure and I'm going to end up making noise, then I'll stop.
So you're going to try roll it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
It's another 12. Because apparently the only thing I'm doing it now is sleight of hand.
You manage to slowly, carefully pull the drawer out without making or being noticed, to a point where you're comfortable that you can see everything inside it. As you open the drawer, it seems to be among a couple hammers and fine chisel tools, as well as what look to be possibly a punch tool. At the very back, there seems to be like this fine wooden grained box, polished. It's about, you know, size of maybe like a wedding ring case.
Can I take the box and open it?
Sure. So you take out the box. Are you opening it there and then, or are you stashing it?
No, I'm stashing it.
Okay. You quickly put it in your pocket and not being noticed.
While this is
That's
happening,
That's
sorry.
about it that I can really look at, isn't it? There's nothing else that I perceived.
Nothing really, no.
So while
I'm gonna... Go on, you go ahead.
while this is happening, I was just wondering because Avira can't just be standing next to Trixie if she doesn't even see her. She'd be fluttering around the workshop, seeing if there's any like back rooms, upper levels, anything small, just like having a general investigation around.
Okay, make a perception check.
Okay.
As she sort of flutters around the ceiling of the room, catches the attention of a couple of the workshop workers from here there. Kind of, hey, look at that. Well, they kind of go, oh, what the heck is that? And kind of watches as Avira makes her way around the room.
10.
Alright, aside from the general sort of workshop tools and benches and whatnot, there's no small oddities that you pick up.
Sorry, just to double check, when doing perception checks through a familiar, you're using their perception or yours?
I believe it's their perception.
Cool. 10.
Yeah. So there's nothing in particular that you really pick up.
I'm just gonna keep looking until Trixie leaves, I guess. Or
If there's nothing else that I can really sort of see or get an eye about, I'm gonna go on ahead and attempt to leave.
Okay. Alright, so you're both heading out?
yeah.
Or what was Avira doing, sorry?
I was just investigating until I was told to stop, basically, or because I can't see Trixie leave. I don't know when. If I can't find anything, I'll just get out.
Yeah, with the perception check, and given that you can't really move anything with your size, you can't. Yeah. So you do see the point where Lark comes back in the building, and Trixie, you take this as probably the best time to leave.
Just before, but just while he's leaving, I want to just stand on like a raft or any kind of vantage point and check what he does when he gets back. Like if he just
Yeah. So as Trixie, you leave and the door closes behind you. As you watch Lark go back to his bench, he sort of stops and looks at the toolbox momentarily, kind of shakes his head and just sort of closes it and goes back to working on his contraption, whatever it is.
when he's working, does he seem to be working quite robotically? Like,
Make an insight check.
$23.
23. He seems, from what you know about him, from what you've heard, and from the way he was walking beforehand, you gather that when he's working, he seems possibly a little spaced out, but still good workflow, you know.
Cool. Avira will take the next opportunity to leave.
Okay. You fly out one of the windows in the room. You all
Yes.
meet back up where Adamus is currently sitting. At that point, we're going to go ahead and take a break for about 20 minutes, and we'll meet back up then. Alright, see you guys shortly. And we're back. So, the stage is yours. You guys have just exited the woodcarver's or the carpentry shop, and have reassembled with Adamus. Avera has come back to you, Adamus, if you'd like. I have to go back into your chest.
Yeah.
Okay, that happens and your eyes go back to normal.
Okay, well let's move away from this this building, this place of business, and what the fuck was that, Adamus?
Well, I can sometimes, as I'm sure we've seen Trixie do once or twice, I can go into Avera. She can show me the world through her eyes.
Something for later then. So I learned a few things. Did y'all or Trixie, did you find anything? Anything of note?
I'm still invisible, so
Oh, I thought. No, I'm sorry. Then I don't know what you did or where you went, Adamus. This is what. Can we contact Trixie? Is Trixie okay?
Adamus will just as soon as we get out of the shop, just go, Trixie!
Well, I didn't
so
really-
yeah, like a little bit of Crovar's hair being played with behind him as he's strings back and turns visible and is just doing rabbit ears behind him.
I have a passive. I have a passive perception of 16. I think I noticed.
Yeah.
You find anything?
Well, all right.
Well, he had some weird half-eaten lunch thing. I didn't want to take too much of a good look at it because it was kind of gross. There was this hair in his pocket. It's long and blonde, and he's definitely not got long blonde hair. It was in his pocket, and there was also this box. I haven't taken the opportunity to look in it because it's a bit risky in there, considering I was invisible. And if it's got something illegal in it, I kind of don't want to be in the middle of a street looking at it.
Yeah. If you want, I can. Have you checked it for traps or anything, magical or
I
otherwise?
have not yet.
Might be on a to-do list. I can check it for traps and see if it's mundane or magical. If I can have 10 minutes and we can kind of go from there. But so what I found out, and I kind of go over the gist of the conversation. The father's acting weird. He almost cares nothing for this boy.
We gathered as much from the mother, though, didn't we?
No, this is different. This is I don't know. I mean, it didn't seem like he was lying or anything. I couldn't gauge anything off of his reactions, but it's almost like he admitted that the child is his, to his knowledge, but it's almost like it wasn't his concern at all. Like he had no caring for the boy.
That's weird because the mother told me that they were quite close once. So what
Yeah, I remember
happened?
that.
Do you think that it's the new woman in his life that's changing him?
Women could do that to you. But not to that extent. I mean, even if a new woman showed up and everything, I don't think that would override, paternal feelings and instinct, especially seeing from being told how close they were.
I don't know about that. There's a lot of spells out there that can make people do a lot of different things. There's also potions that can
And you're right. No, I meant. Sorry, and you're right. There are spells, but I was talking just someone who just shows up in your life without having some type of spells or anything. I mean, just her in his life shouldn't change anything that much. There must be something magical going on here.
It depends. She might not be human. She could be some sort of, like, beast. I'm pretty sure there are... I mean, like, there's something for everything, and they're pretty much beasts that do, like anything that you can imagine at this point. And, like,
Yeah,
monsters
some,
and that. I mean, I wouldn't put it beyond something to, like, be pretending to be, like, the most beautiful woman ever and going on ahead and doing it.
Yeah, some women like that too.
They could also just think that she's just really amazing in bed.
Yeah, some women like that too.
Okay,
Regret bringing it up.
can I please grab the hair and maybe do like, I don't know, a medicine check or anything check to see if it's like human or synthetic?
All right, in the middle of the street.
How about, well, what time is it, DM?
By this point, it'd be about 5 o'clock.
And it's like 2 hours, an hour and a half walk back to where the inns and everything are. Or could we find an inn around this area?
From where you are would probably be about a 40-minute walk. If you want to go to a less, like a less upper class inn, like a more of a lower class one, excuse me, you're probably looking at about a half-hour walk. Otherwise, it's anywhere up to an hour to find a better class one.
Okay.
I don't think that it's a good idea to leave just yet. I kind of want to follow him around once he's out of work.
Yeah,
no,
I mean, I can turn invisible again. I can do that one more time, and I can follow him that way.
Oh, I was asking for
don't-
the inn. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
I don't really want to use magic. I used it at that point because it was kind of a last resort to get the answers that we needed, but
I can use
I'm trying to avoid it.
I was asking for the inn because, I mean, we can look at the hair, see if we can find anything, and I can identify the box. Maybe we can open it up. We also still do, I mean, as much as I would love to pursue this as well, but we still got to find our two wayward companions as well.
It's at about that point where you see them, like, just in the distance, you notice two little creatures that look familiar size and shape and colour, wandering from shop to shop.
Hey, oh, no. Just wait. Watch this. As they're about what, 80 feet away, roughly.
Yeah.
I hold up my wrist and cast message toward we'll say with Takbo, and I'll say, I see you. I know what you've done. Illicit substances, stealing from an old lady. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Conscience, is that you?
I cast it again. Yes, it is. And you are faring very, very bad. You should probably return.
I didn't steal off the old lady.
Wait, what?
I
know you
think
did
that
something
shit-
wrong.
That stuff we took is making me hear voices in my head.
I
That
guess
sound
that's
like
the one, but
Korrivar.
it's usually Bashra.
I would, we can go get him now.
Takbo looks freaked out.
I just, as you guys approach, I just reach in my bag and hand everybody a cookie.
Is that oatmeal raisin?
It's vanilla
Yeah.
raisin. They're delicious.
I'm good, thanks.
Animal. And I eat 4 of ours cookies.
Some women like that too.
Oh.
I am a man?
I'm more worried for the grandma now.
No.
Don't let Korrivar go help old ladies.
This is why we need a leash for you, Corva.
So whatever. I don't know read. Anyways,
He's gonna like it too much if you color him.
Oh boy.
Korrivar will try anything once.
This week on this episode of Dungeons and Daddies.
And now we're making a spin-off.
Dude, we need bull gags, but it's like a D20.
I feel like this is a conversation for later.
This is a conversation for never.
Okay.
so
Ow.
Takbo and Fish. How did helping out the old lady's groceries? how'd that go?
DM, how much of the shopping have we done?
By this stage, you probably only have a couple items left to get. Yeah.
Just
You're almost
so...
finished.
Sorry. Okay. I just want to keep an eye on the shop as well. I know, like, we've moved towards them, but I want to keep an eye on the shop just in case he leaves.
Okay. You keep your eye out as you're heading away. No one seems to leave the shop aside from customers that you can see. Okay. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, how's the investigation going? I mean, it's been pretty easy for us so far. She's a little senile, but she's a really sweet old lady.
Yeah.
I like old people.
Yeah, so we talked to the mother, we talked to the dad. Dad's kind of weird, and that's kind of like rehash what we've kind of learned.
I'm probably gonna keep an eye out so that if he leaves, I can follow him, see what's happening. I think the woman he's involved with probably has something to do with this.
I agree. I really do. I don't know. There's a lot of weirdness going on with the dad, and it's probably has at least a little bit to do with this new woman in his life.
Just so Fish and Tucker are aware, the shops are most likely going to close within the hour.
Yeah, but you said we only have a few items left, right?
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to risk it.
Only have a few items left. Try to get
Yeah,
as
let's
much stuff as we
finish
can.
this shopping trip.
Yeah. Well, is there someplace you guys wanted to meet up? Because, you know, we still have a little bit of shopping to do and we're running out of time.
I'm kind of following. Well, Adamus, you're not.
Sorry. I'm probably just gonna be keeping an eye on the shop until he leaves, and then I'll be following him from there. So maybe we meet back here.
Yeah, we can do that.
I look around. Is there a little place, like a little bench, a little park relatively close by? A little grove of trees, something someone could just like sit down for a minute.
I mean, you've come across them as you've been walking, but they're pretty few and far between.
Closest one to the wood shop.
Probably 10-minute walk.
Oh no, that's way too far. Never mind. Well, I can. I mean, it's gonna look kind of weird. I can try to. Actually, no. It's almost time for. A little bit of a sleep. May I see the box? Trixie? Can...
Yeah, I've already done it. Sorry.
Okay, I won't do the ritual, but I will cast Identify.
You're doing this in the street?
But it's not a ritual, it's just a spell, so...
Okay. So you're casting Identify. You cast Identify. So the first thing that you glean from this box is that it is magical, or at least the thing inside it is. It appears to be some sort of charm necklace, but it doesn't. It's not a very strong charm enchantment. It seems to be. It only influences surface thoughts. You've experienced this similar thing in like a mind shielding kind of items, but it seems kind of like a weaker version.
So something is a anti-charm pendant, basically.
Yes, or rather, kind of like what mind shielding does to an extent. It works more for charm. Yeah.
Okay. I relay that to Trixie and to Adamus.
Just for clarification, Tackle and I would have gone to finish shopping as quickly as possible.
Sure. Are you guys all going to stick together?
I am staying by the woodworking shop.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have left Adamus.
Yeah, I'm going to come back and get the info on what's in it. So.
Alright, so you guys will all reconvene at the woodworking shop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say your shopping will take probably 20 minutes or so to zip there, back, forth, come back.
As I relay what the charm is, so you found this in his desk drawer, because this is a protection amulet against charm or lesser mental capacities, protection basically.
And he's not wearing it.
No. Why would he have something like this to begin with? That's one. And two, like you said, why isn't he wearing it? For the DM for the identify spell, is this an item that would require attunement, or is it like it has to be activated, or if someone wears it, it just starts working?
Based on the identify spell, you know that this is an attuned item, and if left within the area of 10 feet, it will affect the attuned user.
If it's attuned.
Yeah.
So yeah, so in this item, I mean, he probably hasn't been wearing it for a good little bit, because if he was still attuned to it, it would work if he's within 10 feet of the island.
Long enough for his child to go missing?
Probably. I mean, it takes about, I believe it's a day, a long rest, a couple hours to attune to an item, I believe.
Short rest.
Short rest. So yeah, about an hour, just focusing on it. So that could be. I mean, he might not have wore it for a day or longer.
So it still could be the missus, and it could be a case of that she probably is like really pretty enough to sort of get him comfortable, and then like she's managed to sort of like get it off of him or something.
How is my investigation into the hair going? Can I do that now?
If you'd like to now, yes.
Cool.
So you attain the hair, and if you want to make a, what are you trying to deduce from this few hair strands?
I just kind of want to identify if it's synthetic, human, if it has any kind of special properties or anything like that.
Okay, I'd say go ahead and make a nature check.
Could I cast a cantrip to assist with this, if possible?
What cantrip?
With the Wizarding Hat, I have access to all the cantrips in the game. I would like to try to cast Guidance.
Alright, I'll allow it.
Is that a D4?
It is. Well, I got to roll above a 10 in order to see if it works first.
I see.
It's a 9. It's a straight 9.
So nothing then. Wait, guidance is a cantrip and you still have to roll to see if it works?
Because
For the
I don't
hat.
have the cantrip. Yeah.
No,
Well,
right,
it's
because it's part of the hat.
it's a flat 9 on the D20. Let me see if I add my modifiers or anything to it. I don't remember.
What have you rolled so far, Adamus?
Oh,
13.
it is with I can make an intelligence check, so it's 9 plus 4. So, yep. So it goes off. It's a D4 to that roll.
So 15 in total then.
Alright, 15. What you can deduce from the hair is that it's not, looking carefully, it's not quite the same shade of blonde as the mother of Reuben. It's interesting. It's got a slight roughness to it that you can feel, kind of like horsehair in a way, if that makes sense. Kind of like that rough, taut strength to it.
Can I tell if it's synthetic or if it's natural?
It seems natural in the way that horsehair would seem natural.
Okay, very interesting. I will relay what I've learned.
Okay, alright, so theory on that one. New woman has disguised themselves to look like the mother enough to gain the trust, get the thing off, and is now doing something to the father.
Why would that be necessary though?
Well, depending, I mean, like what you had said earlier, if the woman's a beast, if she's a monster, if she's, I don't know, maybe spell components being gleamed. I mean, there's 101 different reasons on why someone would want to do this, or just for the sheer pleasure.
No, I'm just saying that if she was going to gain his trust, I don't know why disguising herself as the mother would be necessary. Like, I understand disguising herself in general, just...
Well, if she's disguised herself as the mother, and like been in the house or something or whatever, or just been around, just being close enough to pass back when they were like together, because they've only recently broken up. Could be enough for like her pretending to, like, this new woman pretending to be the mother. Could have been enough to sort of get the trust long enough to get the necklace off, especially if they were still in love at the time.
I
Because
understand.
like most people trust their lovers with their life.
Or
mean-
to gain the trust of the child itself.
Didn't you say it was the
Not to go and trust their
horsehair?
child.
He said it was like horsehair.
Isn't there a farm the kid used to hang out at?
Yep.
This is also true.
I think we better check the farm out.
Back at groceries.
So, at the risk of splitting the party even further, does one of us want to stay and just investigate the father while the others go investigate the farm?
Well, these two need to finish off dropping off the shopping, but then, yeah, we could go check off the
I
farm.
mean, yeah, we just gotta drop off the groceries.
Yeah, we don't want these to spoil.
By the way, you guys
It's
are
just
carrying around
so-
like a small cart at this stage, full of
Yeah.
items.
Oh, we assumed.
It's just a case of who is staying behind.
Um,
I mean, can't we leave one of these little sometimes around, sometimes poofy, not their friends that you sometimes see through, and they're both very confusing?
well, there's a certain range. I don't know how far away the farm is.
I mean, can you leave them orders to like report back or something if something strange happens?
I mean, Pixie's a pixie. They're kind of...
Isn't Pixie an imp?
He's a pixie.
Oh,
As
yeah.
far as Trick is concerned, he's a pixie. He's just not very imaginative with the name. You know, Pixie's a pixie. They're kind of a little too noticeable. Someone is going to notice a pixie flying around.
So if stealth is what we're after, maybe...
I can't really do much to change him out of being.
You're the sneakiest one I know of. I don't know if you want to stay or if that would be better at the farm.
And I'm sorry, I zoned out a little bit.
I was talking
We're trying to figure out, like, if it's worth someone staying behind to keep an eye on the father whilst the rest of us check out the farm.
I mean, we can always track him down later.
Well,
Very
before we
true, but you know his address.
before we go, I mean, do we want to go all the way to the farm, or do we want to check out the residents first while they're not there during the daytime stuff?
That could be an option.
I was gonna drop off these groceries.
I would say do that because right now we know he's here. Go to his house, check that out. We might encounter a woman there. We at least know what the woman looks like. If it looks like the mother, we saw what she looks like. Automatic fuckery going on there. Automatically bad. Deal with it. If it's not, we should check out the house. We do a little breaking and entering. If we don't find anything there, then we can go check out the farm. And we don't waste the couple hours it's going to take us to get to and from.
It's a good idea, I think.
So where are you going first?
By the sounds of it, probably the house. Investigate that first and then to the farm.
Yeah.
Lark's house?
That's the one.
Okay. It's at about this stage anyway. The night has started to fall. It's about dusk, and the shops are starting to close up. The front gate of the carpenter's shop is closing. As Justin's closing up, you can hear people, all around the shops, packing tools up and packing items away. And not before long, that settles and people start, making their way out of the buildings and start walking home in various fashions or groups. In particular, you set yourself up so that you can see where people exit from on the carpentry shop, and you do indeed see Lark walking out of his house alone, out of the shop.
Here's an option too. I could always just try to put him to sleep.
I mean, if you feel like that could work, sure.
I have one spell left.
The reason why I wanted to follow him is just to see if he does anything shady.
I would rather you keep that one spell left in case we need it.
Having said that, it is nearly getting dark, Torvar, and I know you said you wanted to go to Gilmore's early tomorrow.
Yeah. And I mean, this is surprising to me. I actually don't really want to leave y'all. But, wow, that's weird. Care for another. I feel weird all of a sudden. But yeah, I mean, I do have, I don't want to miss the appointment tomorrow.
I mean, if you guys are willing to drop these off at the lady's house, I could follow him.
Same here.
I mean, I'm also fast enough to run back to you guys if I have to.
That's fair. But are we trying to stop him from going home so we can check out his house, or?
Well, that's really
Do
the
that
option.
too. I'm a goblin. Give me a second to change, and I'll just be like every other goblin in this town.
What do you think, Corvar? Maybe follow him, see what he does, and if we need him to fall asleep or anything, and we can investigate his house, we can do that when he's home.
I think it's more of it's not really about him. It's more about trying to find the child and him being
but
home.
if he goes a place where the child is, I don't know, maybe there's a basement or something.
Well, here's the thing too. I mean, is there? I have a very limited selection of spells. Do you? I'm not spun up on druids or Trixie, whatever spells you can cast. I don't really know what you can do, to be honest with you. But are there any spells that you don't have prepared that could maybe help us out with this? Like, can you find people? Can you track? I don't know, personal items or anything like that?
Not me personally, no. Not today. Nothing that I've...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not just today. No, not just today, but of the spells that you could learn or prepare for the day, could you do that?
Uno momento, por favor.
Basically, I'm asking if you can locate objects. I was trying to do it with a non-meta way.
No, that's not something that I've got right now.
I can locate animals or plants or locate objects, but I would need to prepare spells for that.
Well, maybe just follow him tonight, and then tomorrow morning, go get something personal of, I don't know, or something that the boy had on him, like a toy or a piece of clothing or something like that, and try to see if we can locate that. And you lead us to him like a bloodhound. Can't you turn into a dog? Can't you like find his scent?
Well, I was thinking about that, but I don't know. I guess the mother's house would be the best place to pick it up, and we've been investigating the father's
or the father's shop. The kid's been there.
I mean, at this point, do we see him leaving?
Yeah, you guys watched him
talking?
leave.
I'm gonna hand the cart over to Tacbo and just say, I'll be back. And I'm gonna stealthily follow after him.
Peanuts.
Alright, make a stealth check.
I don't want to go too far away from the group. I
Yeah.
just kind of want to see where he's going.
We should probably follow as well. Follow the father.
22.
Alright. You think you're hitting? Are you all following?
I don't see the point in just...
I only told Tacbo that I was going. And then
I mean, we've still got the groceries, haven't we, that still need to be dropped off. And that's just going to slow us down.
I tell the rest of the party that where Fish is going. Right, she's going to follow that guy, but I kind of need to deliver these groceries because otherwise we can't go in a cart that's going to slow us down.
Then you deliver the groceries and we'll continue to follow the father.
I am very small and the cart is very big.
This is true.
I'll go with Tacbo. I'll help deliver the goods real fast as I take a few minutes and I ritually cast 10 stars floating disc and slide it underneath the cart. I can carry up to 500 pounds.
How slow does that move again?
It literally follows me. So, let me make sure though.
But I'm pretty sure the speed is like 10 or 15 feet.
Before I disappeared, I would have slipped the old lady's money pouch onto the cart as well. I'm not taking that with me.
Yeah, okay. Do you have dark vision, Fish?
Yes, I do.
So if I move 20 feet away from it, it moves with me, and it always remains within 20 feet. It can move up and down, but no more than 10 feet of elevation change. It doesn't really say a speed of the car. It literally stays within 20 feet of me at all times.
Okay. Alright. Yep. That's fine. So you pick up the cart.
Yep. I literally lift the cart with the disc. It will take me 10 minutes to cast that spell. But while I'm talking, and then as I start this one, I'll help out Takbo and get this cart back, and then as much as I want to help you out and everything, I will go procure an inn for everyone tonight, and we'll send out a message.
How long does that spell last?
What, tensors? 1 hour.
Okay. Sure. Alright, so you guys start heading off, Takbo and Korobar?
Yeah.
I do, and I do have to jump off. Gotta eat dinner real fast.
Alright. No worries. Go have some dinner.
Yeah, I have to jump off.
Alright. I'll catch you next time.
All right. Before I leave and everything, I'll message. I'll message you.
Yeah. Oops. See you later.
Bye. He's gonna be gone for a week.
And our entire show went from an R rating to a PG-13.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna argue that.
And just like that, it got a lot less sexy. And a lot more stabbier.
It's so true.
Alright, so what are you guys doing?
I know what you mean. I'm totally innocent.
Just like that.
How far away from where we were standing is the guy going?
Takor and Akorva will be traveling for the next hour and a half, roughly. So that's, yeah. As you follow this guy, are you all following or just Fish?
I'm following as well.
Alright, stealth
I
checks.
kind of went ahead,
Yeah, you're ahead of them currently.
and I don't know that they're following me. So,
Yeah.
depending on how far from where we were standing before, if he goes too far, I would have turned back and bumped into the others.
Well, at the moment, he's got about, let's say 100 feet so far from the shop. He's heading, it looks like he's heading back to the residential ward, that direction.
Probably gonna stop for a second and take a look back and see if anyone else is following me.
12 on my stealth, by the way.
Okay. Make a perception check. What? 19?
14.
14. Okay. At the moment, you don't see anyone following you. You continue to follow Lark, Animus, and Trixie and Kel begin to follow along as well. Following, well, you don't know where Fish is, but you do see Lark in the distance eventually as you come to the street. And that's when, Fish, you notice Adamus.
If I notice Adamus, then I'll continue following him.
Okay. Trixie, what was your check?
2 seconds. I had a total brain fart, sorry, I went for a second to check. What? Sorry.
Two.
Deal.
Two. It's like the new word of the day.
What?
Still.
Stealth. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting to that point. It's an 8.
Alright, very stealthy.
I see my party.
Yeah. They're not being so subtle. It's kind of a good thing that they're in the distance though. As you continue trailing Lark. Lark seems to be heading towards the residential area and continues that way for about 20 minutes. At one point, he looks back and you guys sort of duck out the way a little bit to avoid his sight. And Fish, you notice, I assume, Fish, that you'd kind of be on rooftops, or did you want to be on the ground?
Hardcore parkour.
Yeah, I thought so. So you notice that he doesn't notice you, but he definitely notices something and begins to walk backwards towards the direction of your party.
I'm gonna keep my distance, but keep an eye on him. I want to stay hidden.
Can I see that he's heading back towards us?
If you want a chance a peek.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I didn't know he was coming towards us, I would have peeked anyway, so, yep.
Sure. It's yeah, you sort of like look around the corner a little bit and he's walking right towards you guys.
Cool. I'm gonna wild shape into a cat and try and jump up somewhere where he can't see me. Be that like behind crates or on the roof or whatever.
Okay, make me an acrobatics check.
As a kitty cat. I hope you make it to the roof.
Trixie, you see your metal friend turn into a mechanical cat and just hightail it out of there.
Oh, I probably would have mentioned something to anyway, it is a 13 for acrobatics.
Okay, you barely just managed to find footholdings to get your way up onto the roof.
Where you see fish.
Yeah, Fish, you see all of a sudden there's this mechanical cat that just sits perched on the edge of the building.
I just kind of like creep up and start petting the cat and go, quiet.
Alright. Trixie, what are you doing?
I'm also gonna climb up onto the roof, I guess.
Alright, make a acrobatics or athletics, your choice.
That's a 5.
I'm gonna step back from the edge of the roof.
As you all hear this, as Trixie tries to clamber up the side of the building, loses footing and lands on one of the barrels. At which point, Lark comes around the corner, sees you and goes, "Oi! What are you doing? You following me?"
This is all just your imagination, and I'm gonna turn invisible.
Make a deception check with disadvantage. If I could impose triple disadvantage, I would.
And I feel like Fish is just gonna cover his own mouth and just like stifle a giggle. But my stealth is high enough, so I'm just like...
Okay.
That's an 18.
That's not bad for a disadvantage. You turn invisible, and he sort of stands there like. In the beginning, he was sort of like, ready to do something, either fight or flight kind of thing, and then he sees you disappear, and he sort of like looks into space, like looks down. Huh. Oh, I'm so tired. Alright. Guess it.
Same.
And he just walks away. Yeah, he continues his path, and you guys continue to follow him. Eventually, after about another hour or so of following him, he still occasionally looks back, looks very confused, continues to walk, and then he eventually gets to one of these houses in sort of the nicer area, and it's a 2-story. It's fairly large. It's got one of the separate triangular rooftops, and the top floor has a single window and one door that has a balcony that overlooks the street. It has a little pot plant on the side. The actual building itself seems to be like a mahogany wood, so it's really like dark, rich color. You get the sense, based on the houses you've seen, this is definitely a much pricier house. And he walks up to the door, knocks on it. There's no response. Reaches into his pockets. You see him pull out a key, unlocks the door, and he walks through.
Is there a chimney?
There is.
I kind of walk over, because I assume I'm like a house or two away.
Yep.
I kind of look over the side onto the empty road where there's nobody, and I go, Trixie! Trixie, are you there?
This is all still just your imagination. I've never existed.
My imagination is amazing. Are you okay?
I am fine. That was a close one.
But
Not
here's
my
the real
strongest
question.
story. Can't
And I
believe
look-
you brought it.
I look at Adamus, but I'm also still talking to Trixie, and I'm like, here's the real question. Do we want to get inside the house now? Or do we want to wait? Right. Forgot. Yes or no questions only. Do we want to get inside the house now? You can nod your head. You're a cat. World's most helpful cat. Okay. Trixie, do you want to get inside the house now?
I don't know how we're going to manage that.
Can manage that.
What, are you going to climb down the chimney?
I point at the chimney.
Oh my god, we can stuff the goblin down the chimney.
We can stuff the goblin down the chimney.
It sounds like another installment of Dungeons and Daddies. It's a
Korrivar is gone. Okay,
I
you
think
don't need
we
to
found
make.
Korvar's understudy.
In this episode, a goblin gets stuffed down the chimney
Stop! Stop!
and gets stuck.
Trixie, can you send Pixie to get Korvar and Tekla?
Again, he's a pixie.
I mean, it's-
He's kind of noticeable.
I mean, does he fly?
Yeah, he flies, but still.
It's dark out.
Actually, do me a
If I
favor.
end up
All of
making
you roll perception.
Hate rolling.
Even
perception.
Takba?
Yes, actually.
I don't like that that's a yes, actually, but okay.
I got a 9.
Perception.
I got a 9, mate.
Wow.
What?
9.
Trixie,
Trixie cannot believe.
swap to
See?
dice. It's a 1.
9.
Trixie really cannot perceive anything today. He can't do anything but lie about it something in someone's imagination.
Adamus.
Was that included in the perception check?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And fish.
I did.
What
I
was
rolled
it?
a 9.
A 9.
Takbo and
yeah.
Fish got the same.
Oh, and
I'm great
I'll
at
roll for
perception.
kill.
With a big old +1.
I'll go orange. I'll go brown for kill. By the way, there are 2 cats on the rooftop. One's a ginger tabby cat. Oh, that's a natural 1 for kill.
Was a natural 3 plus 6, so
Yeah.
We all
9
suck.
Super
Alright.
wise right now.
Korrivar. Last hope.
Get a 1. Get a 1.
No, it was a 10 plus... Oh wow, 5. 15. Alright, Korrivar is the only one that seems to notice the party up on the rooftops as you guys are starting to walk back through the residential ward after delivering the groceries, considering you all went the same direction because it's in the residential ward.
Mm-hmm.
So, Korrivar
Fish
points this out to
talking
you.
to 2 cats in thin air.
Yeah, Takbo, Korrivar points them out to you.
Ah, there they are. Hi! We got the groceries to the old woman.
Where'd you come from? Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh,
Like shouting down to the floor.
Fish like jumps on the roof because you literally scared him. Oh, actually, you know what? This is great. More people who can talk. Hey, Korrivar and Takbo, did we
Yes?
want to get in the guy's house now, or did we want to come back later?
Caravar's tired.
Yeah, all that walking and the disc has really done a number on me.
And he hit on the old lady.
From the
Well,
okay, from the rooftop, can I see if there are any buildings large enough to be an inn?
make a perception check with disadvantage.
Yeah, it's my best skill. I don't. Shit. I got a 5.
Yeah, you really don't see. It's difficult
Big
to
old
make
+1.
out.
Animus is just gonna re-atomize and
Re-atomize.
A little bit.
yeah, re-atomize. Atomize. And just say, I don't really feel comfortable leaving the kid all by himself for another night. Like, I understand Korrivar's tired, he should go back. He's got a big day with Gilmore tomorrow. But in the meantime, I'd like to continue to...
I mean, Bosch was still back at the tavern if Korrivar wants to go back and keep him company.
I mean, I'm all right, you know, like.
Well,
If you guys want to go in the house, then we can do that.
I mean, if you guys, okay,
I think
I'm
it would
not
be
the
more.
big brains here. I'm the little brains, but I know I can fit in that chimney.
So Canavera, so mind you, I can also lizard form, jump back on you. We can go investigate inside the house, see if we can find the kid in any kind of
I feel
basement.
more comfortable
Here's
If
something I'm
Lark
gonna
wasn't in there,
here's something I'm gonna point out is if you two run into trouble and it gets into a fight, Corovar's pretty much tapped out. I'm getting pretty much I'm pretty much wiped. I've got nothing in me. We're not at the best strength to fight if it comes to it.
I understand that. Corovar needs to go to bed anyway. He's got a big day with Gilmore tomorrow, and I don't want to jeopardize that at all. But I would prefer not to leave the kid by himself for another night. I don't know where he's been going through for the last 2 weeks.
I understand that. I'm
well,
just saying if it gets to a fight, we're not a
Trixie,
fighting group. We have to take the kid out.
if you're tapped out, we could sit here for a little bit and chill and try to come up with a better plan while Lark falls asleep.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, there's that.
Gross.
Because the other option is that we leave him for another night where we know he possibly is, or we go in guns blazing when we're not at the full strength. We end up losing that fight, which is a possibility, and then that kid gets moved or something happens to that kid because we rushed into it before we were ready.
I mean, we wouldn't be rushing. This is a stealth mission.
Well, I just want to point something out that it has been 2 and a bit weeks, right, since the kid has been missing. So I don't think that necessarily it's going to do much more damage if the kid gets left another night. You know, I think that if anything were to seriously happen, that it would have happened already.
Yes,
I mean, technically, he's got a point.
to our knowledge, though, we're the first people coming to look for him. We asked the father some questions. If he's suspicious already,
True, but if the father does have him, then surely he'd then be with or wherever the father put him. And he's just going to stay there.
I mean, we could always like. If you guys want to go in, we can't stop you. I'm just saying, be aware of the risks.
I am, and that's why I want to move.
Which is
Corovar,
why I also suggested
we have Kel, we've got Tickle, we've got Fish, we've got you after a little bit of a
for
rest.
a little bit of a
Half an
rest.
hour.
Yeah.
I think that in this situation, I think the best thing would be to, if you are going to go in, to prepare to escape if something happens, rather than to fight, if you can. I think that's more likely and best option there.
If we need
I
to
mean-
leave, we need to leave. I understand that, but I want to make sure the kid is not gonna get killed because they're suspicious.
I mean, worst case scenario, if you need help, I could always come to the door invisible again and then just knock and try the I am your imagination, I was never here thing again. Or I could just stay invisible and just keep knocking on the door and messing with them as a distraction.
Roughly, what's the square footage of this house?
The one
Does
you're
it
on,
look like
or the
from
one that
outside?
he went in?
The one that we're debating going in.
From where you're standing, given the dark light as well, maybe the square footage of the rooftop is probably somewhere around the, let's see, it's difficult because I don't use the imperial system. Probably
Your system,
maybe
it's cool. I can convert it.
maybe 25 meters by 50 meters, I think. I don't know. Rough. It's a big house.
I do have the ability to make a 20-foot ball absolutely silent. So if we go in, I can make our landing make 0 sound.
I like it.
That could work.
Worth a shot.
Sure, a little break, of course.
I mean, if I take a small rest, I can turn you both invisible as well.
I mean, invisible and quiet.
It's a
We
good,
did both.
But then I'd be
It's
tapped
a
out
good
again
mixture.
if it happened.
What do
I
you
don't-
need to replenish yourself?
I just need to rest for a bit.
Alright, so we do that, and then we go in.
Well, then I guess I rest whilst you guys are going in and around.
I mean,
Well,
If you guys need me.
we were going to rest with you. That will give the guy enough time to fall asleep, which will make Fish feel better, and that will help me get another form in.
even better, why don't you hold on to your spells? Because I can make us stealthy and quiet.
Okay, yeah, I'll hold on. I don't really want to be using them, but this child needs help.
Just to recon the measurements there, did a little bit of research. I recon it to 80 by 50 feet.
Okay. How long does that last? An hour. Okay. Yeah, if you want to go in, I can pass without a trace.
I would prefer that we at least rule this out. If we need to go to the farm, we can do that as well afterwards, but I think we may have raised some suspicion. So
Okay.
If you guys aren't okay with this, I'm not about to risk my friends. But there's also potentially a kid's life at stake.
No, we do need to check this out. It's just making sure that we're going in as strong as we can to make sure that kid gets out alive.
Well, technically, I can take in Adamus and Kel and make us all super quiet.
well, both me and Kel can transform into things. So if we're both like tiny lizards, it may not be an issue.
Yeah. I just meant, as long as you guys are close enough to me, I can make us absolutely silent.
That is perfect. Yeah.
So you're aware, at this stage, a couple lights flicker on, as in like candle light, at the top rooms.
Can we see inside?
Because you guys are on the right hand building, and there's a street between you and the adjacent side where the front of the house is looking in towards. There are no windows on this side on the top floor. You either have to make your way around the buildings to the left side or across the street to the front.
I want to stealthily make my way as close to the house as possible.
To the side that you're on?
I mean, as close as I can possibly get. So even if it's like the neighbor's house.
Okay. I'd say the closest house is probably the house behind it.
Okay.
But yeah, you can easily traverse that jump and sit on the edge. And you can see the back wall of their house, and you're probably a good, let's say, 4-meter jump.
I think I'm gonna sit and see what happens, but try to get as much of a good view as I can.
I'll like put fish on my shoulders or something if that helps with vantage.
Okay. Currently, the two houses are level, so you'd actually have to get lower if you wanted like a deadpan sight in. But at this vantage point, you can see somewhat of the room, and you do see shadows moving around here and there from movement inside.
Plural?
Well, at first it's just one shadow that's sort of flickering. You know how you get two shadows when multiple sources of light are around?
Okay.
And you're like, okay, yeah. And then you see a second shadow appear and walk through one of the doors and enter the room. And you can see them standing next to each other, the shadows. And they seem to be talking, as far as you can tell. Either that or they're just standing still.
I know it may not be possible, but can we tell the size of the people from the size of the shadows?
Yeah.
Make an intelligence check, but the DC is going to be pretty high.
I don't even know if I could possibly make that.
$11.
Fish, are you going to try?
Oh, I got a 10.
Okay.
I'll have a go.
Okay, so you're there too?
Yeah.
Alright, do me a favor, Takbo, and roll me a stealth check
Okay.
as well.
Sorry, about that.
This should be a disadvantage.
Hey.
My stealth should be disadvantage. I'm wearing scale mail.
Oh, you're
Okay.
still wearing that at the moment?
Yeah, I'm wearing scale mail.
Okay. Trixie, what were you doing?
Sorry, I had to take a couple of seconds because I'm gonna have to head off soon because Mum keeps asking for tablets.
Okay. No worries. Are you going now or in a few moments?
Like, I think it's like another 5-10 minutes. She's starting to get a bit.
Okay. Alright. Takbo, you're sort of on the edge with the rest of them looking in. You all can't really make out how large these figures are. You try and compare them based on how tall Lark was, but it's a bit too difficult. You don't know where this person is standing in relation to Lark or vice versa. And at that point, your foot, Takbo, slips and you plummet into the alleyway below.
Can I try and like use a reaction to try and catch him or anything like that?
Make a dexterity check.
Okay.
You scream?
Well, yeah, I fell.
All right.
Retreat further
3
onto the roof.
plus 3, so 6.
Unfortunately, you don't manage to catch him in time, and he continues to plummet, screaming all the way down. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you land in the alley below on your scale mail armor. You guys all notice on the edge of the roof the shadows move, and then one of them starts to head outside the door, and you can hear very, very muffled footsteps running downstairs. The other figure simply disappears.
I run and try to land on their roof.
Am I still invisible?
Yes.
Last hour and I didn't stop. Can I like? Because I wasn't on the roof. I was still on the ground. Can I sort of like snatch Takbo from the ground and sort of like move him so that he's sort of like hiding.
Make an athletics check. Fish, make a stealth check. Adamus, what are you doing? I can't hear you.
Dirty 20.
Sorry. I'm just gonna watch to see what my next moves are. I'm probably just gonna just try and hide so that no one can see me, and then see if like Takbo needs help or if Fish needs help. I'll just keep an eye on both of them.
Okay, so you're kind of staying put.
Yeah, for now.
Make a stealth check again if you want.
Yay!
Trixie, you try and pull Takbo up, but he's actually surprisingly heavy, considering with the scale mail armor, and also it's kind of awkward as well. And by the time you get him up, you can hear a door opening and closing from the front as someone's starting to run out. What did you get, sorry?
It's another 20.
Hell yeah. Alright. You sort of slink into the tiles of the roof, trying as best to adapt to the shadows as you can. Kel does a similar thing. Karvar just kind of runs back and tries to hide behind one of the arches of the roof on the neighbor's house. So Lark starts running down the alleyway now, as you can see the stocky dwarf figure in the shadows running towards you, Trixie. You and Takbo.
Okay, Takbo, pretend you're a ghost. Let me lift you into the air. Pretend you're a ghost. It'll be fine.
That doesn't sound.
Oi!
Woo!
What the fuck are you? You can see that he's brandishing a knife, a small like dagger.
I pull out my bag, open it, and go, "Lizard folk cookie salesman, junior high."
What's your AC?
Imagination.
It's 15.
Oh god.
Can I at least make a deception check?
No.
I'm offering the guy cookies. I said,
No.
"Do you want to buy some cookies?"
At the dead of night behind his house? No.
Hey, dude, do you want some cookies? They're good stuff.
Anyway, he tries to make a grab for you, but you sort of dodge just out the way as he's trying to grab you and like punch you in the face.
I'd like to throw a cookie at him. I'd like to throw a cookie at him and run away.
You throw a cookie at his face and you run away. What's your speed?
30 feet. I can move 30 feet every 6 seconds.
You start running, and he starts running after you, and he's close to you, but you realize the more and more you run, you're making a lot of noise, but you're gaining distance on him. He's not as fast as you.
Can I grab the guy who's chasing him and like just sort of like grab him and try and just grapple him and hold him in place?
Lark?
Yeah.
Alright, make an athletics check.
My stealth check to get onto roof is a dirty 20, by the way.
Yeah, you're fine.
I see him run after Takbo, and I kind of look at Adamus, my motion. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Depending on whether or not I can see him still moving after Trixie tries to attack him, I'm gonna just like try and thorn whip him, keep him in place, and then run on over through to where Fish is.
Roll an attack roll. As Trixie tries to tackle him, he manages to just hear you coming, Trixie, jumps out the way and slams your head into the ground, pushing you away, and looks at Takbo and then focuses on you, brandishes his dagger, just as Adamus.
16 damage.
That hits.
And then damage is the d6, which is 4 piercing.
4 piercing. It grabs around his arm. Which way are you pulling him? Upwards?
sorry. I'm gonna try and like Spider-Man grab him and then like make him like hang upside down, restrained in the vine.
Okay, well, the nature of the spell, because it is a cantrip, it doesn't last. It's a
No.
instantaneous thing and then it disappears. So what ends up
Yeah,
happening
but then he
is,
falls and-
yeah, so you grab him up, you grab his arm as you can see he's about to go in for an attack. His arm gets grabbed, just, as the vines sort of sink in with the thorns. He gets yanked up, the blade flies off, somewhere you can hear it land, and then he sort of like cartwheels in the air as the vine whip disappears, and then poof, lands on the ground again. He quickly gets up.
Adams, come on, let's go.
I'm gonna grab Kel and run to where Fish is.
So you jump across the roof. Alright.
Yes.
He sees you jump across the roof and he looks back at Trixie, and he starts running in the opposite direction. You can hear him call, "Guards! Guards!"
I cast silence on
A
him.
natural 20 stealth?
Hey?
He can see me with a natural 20 stealth?
No, he was
even though he's
he was
concentrating
he
on
was
other
looking
people
at
on the ground?
he was looking at the thorn whip that you cast at him, which sort of.
But it doesn't come from me. It comes from a point that I choose.
Where did you choose?
Like under the roof?
Under
So
the
that,
roof?
you know,
Right
how-
under you?
No, not under me. No.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to bring attention to myself.
Well, either way, whether he sees you or not, he's still running.
Fair enough.
He's not dealing with that shit.
And I had cast silence on him.
Silence is a 20-foot sphere, right?
Yep. So it's us and
so,
him.
So he's running at 25 feet
I'm
per.
just calling for the guards.
Well, he's actually running at 50 feet per turn. And you sure you want to do? Because the sphere is
I mean,
you
I
can't
would-
move the sphere.
No, I know. So I would have seen where he's running towards. He's running towards the front of his house, correct?
No, he's running back out into like across the neighbor's house.
Oh, no, fuck it. I'm just going on the And can pass without a trace on me, Adamant, and Kel.
Okay. All right. Trixie, what are you doing?
I'm going to go on ahead and chase after him.
And what?
I'm going to chase after him,
You can chase after
and
him.
then
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to try and tackle him again for the third time.
Okay. So are you other three? Are you chasing after him, or what are you doing? Stealthing? Just following? What?
I think Fish, Kel, and Adamus are gonna try and get into the house, so...
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I cast pass without a trace on all three of us, and then went down the chimney.
All right. I would like additional stealth checks then for each three of you if you want to get inside the house with the pass without a trace.
Kel and Adamus are gonna do that whole transform into lizards thing.
Okay. Still need a stealth check.
Sweet.
Um,
Are you rolling for Kel or Shy?
and you roll for Kel.
Okay.
In the meantime,
Oh, man.
Lark is busy running through. He gets to the other main street, one of the sort of like the minor main street that's adjacent from the main one that you guys usually walk down, and he's still busy running. He's running up towards, you can see, towards the market area, where you have now become familiar with the fact that guards patrol certain areas, just small patrols, nothing large, but he's obviously heading for a guard place as he's yelling, "Guards! Guards! Help! I'm being attacked!"
If I'm not going to catch up with him, then I'm going to stop, dive into an alleyway, and using Mask of Many Faces, I'm going to make myself look like a really old as fuck human being. Just
Okay.
crawling away.
Just for the sake of it, make me a deception check. A general deception check. 15. Okay. So, as you do this, he continues to run, shouting. You can see as he's running, a couple lights come on in certain buildings occasionally, as people are trying to see what the go is about. And the other three of you guys make your way down the chimney. You manage to safely make your way down as 2 lizards and a goblin, covered in soot by the time you reach the floor, but you do manage to infiltrate the house. The first thing you notice in here is that there is no light source anymore. All the light sources have been extinguished, and it looks to be a fairly nice house. It's really nice, actually. There's a lot of like velvet colors and rugs, and there's a lot of decorative drapes and decorations mounted on the walls and lining the skirting of the rooftop. Even the lights, there's sort of central pieces that you can light up, kind of like a chandelier, but with torchlight, the candlelight, and it seems very decorative. Whoever lives here, aside from Lark, is definitely wealthy.
I noticed the lack of light, and as we get down, I immediately grab the human lizard and put them on my shoulder, because I know that they don't have dark vision.
They do.
As a lizard?
Yeah.
I don't know this, so I grabbed the human lizard and I put it on my shoulder.
Okay.
I think we were both already on your shoulder anyway, because we were using you as a mount.
Yeah.
Did you need our stealth rolls?
Yes. And it also licks you.
I love stealth. Path out of trace, dude.
Yeah. So for Animus it's 27, and for Cal it's 30.
34!
So 1 billion. Okay, cool. No problem. Alright, Takbo, what are you doing?
Well, I continued running because I just was like, shit,
Well,
I'm gonna die.
You can, not too far off, you can tell at some point that the Lark's voice gets more and more distant from you.
I'm gonna turn around and be like, can I make a check to hit? Is he like gone? So I ran for like, I'd say another 30 seconds.
You can tell that, like, by his voice, that he's not in the area anymore.
Okay, I turn around and try and make my way, like a long way round back to that house.
Okay.
Hoping I won't run into him again.
Alright. So you start making your way back to the house. So you guys in the house, what are you doing? You're currently situated in the lounge area where the mantelpiece and the fireplace is, and there are a couple different directions you can go. One seems to be towards the kitchen, the other to a hallway where possibly the entranceway is.
Well, we're on Fish's shoulder, so whatever Fish does.
So I see the hallway that leads to the front door and the way to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is any light coming from either direction?
Not that you can tell, no. Aside from moonlight.
I will slowly and stealthily head to the kitchen.
Okay. Alright. For the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. You head towards the kitchen. As you enter, it's a really nice kitchen, first of all. The bench top is marble, and there seems to be a really nice organized collection of different fruits and vegetables that are in little basket trays that are pinned up, and as you would expect from an expert craftsman, professionally put up and placed along the wall where the bench top is, so there's quick access to all the various types of foods that you might want to prepare. No sign of anything else at the moment. Across the kitchenway, which is fairly large. It's maybe a 20-foot kitchen or so, 20-foot kitchen. And on the other side, it seems to lead into another room, possibly the dining room.
I'm gonna slowly continue, all the while looking for any entrance to like a basement.
Okay, make a perception check.
Oh, that's not great. Okay, I got a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
All while moving very slowly and listening for that other shadow and looking for any source of light and trying to avoid it.
Okay. As you wander through the dining room, through the hallway, to what looks to be like a guest room, and then you find the stairway heading up there a little bit. So far, no signs of basement, no signs of light or any other person. You continue to make your way upstairs.
I
By the way,
feel like I've explored the entire first floor, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Adamus and Cal, if you want to make your own perception checks, you can.
And I don't see any light coming from up the stairs.
No. Adamus, if you want to take advantage because of Cal, then you can.
$17.
17. Looking around, there doesn't actually appear to be a basement for this housing. But there's definitely signs of at least 2 people living in this residence. And it seems, the best you can gather, it seems the other person is female, based on decorations and just general lifestyle bits and bobs here and there.
Are they fighters?
There are no photos per se, just sort of paintings of various different things.
Sure, but are there any paintings of them, for example, so I can see what she looks like?
No, just sort of scenery kind of stuff.
Knowing that the guy ran out the front door.
Yeah.
We can't hear you anymore.
What was that?
The last thing we heard was knowing that the guy ran out the front door.
Oh. Yeah, knowing that the guy ran out the front door and we saw a second shadow upstairs, I'm gonna put the lizards on the banister going upstairs, and I'm gonna whisper really quietly, I'm staying down here. I'll wait for you. And I'm gonna find a place to hide. Within view shot of the stairs.
Okay. Alright. What are the 2 lizards doing?
Probably kind of traversing upstairs, seeing if we can get some more information. See if we can get a look at this chick as well.
Okay. So you make your way upstairs. I'm going to go off your previous perception checks. In the meantime, Takbo, you managed to make your way back to the house, which is currently dark.
Awesome. Hang on, let me just double check if I have dark vision as a kobold.
You should.
You should. Because you have sunlight sensitivity.
Yeah. That would be
Yes,
really
I do.
unfortunate.
I can't see ever. I'm blind.
I can never see anything.
So, I try the door.
Okay. The
Is
door
it
opens.
unlocked?
Yeah.
I'm gonna waddle inside. and close the door.
Fish, you see Tugboat wander inside. Clink, clink, clink.
I poke my head out and I just go. I make the shush sound, and then I just like meld back into the shadow.
I try to clink quieter. Can I make another stealth check, please?
Yeah, you can make a stealth check.
I will recast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay, so is
Which
it?
means I'm tapped.
I'd say that by this point, the lizard would still be in range, so you'd still benefit from that.
So you get a +10 to your stealth.
Wow. A 20
Let
and
me
a
roll
3.
that again. But I did not incorporate the +10.
Well, you just add it to those rolls.
Okay, so with disadvantage, that's a 13.
Okay. It's not a 1, so it's
Could have-
something.
Could have been a 30, but
Yeah.
Me sitting over here, one with the shadows as a monk way of shadows with my 34 stealth, just like.
It's so cringy for you. Okay, so
My natural habitat.
Takbo, you begin to wander inside. The lizards upstairs, you begin to creep your way up the banister, walk around. Left or right first?
Can we tell where her room was?
On the left. That's the room that you saw.
Okay, cool. We'll go right first and then we'll check her out of her room.
Okay, so you go right. The first thing that you see is it's like what looks to be possibly a laundry door. You know, where you open it and there's this sort of shelves. You imagine that's what is inside this cupboard in the hallway as you continue making your way around this block. There are 2 rooms once you reach around this corner. One on the left and one on the right hand side.
Okay, we'll check the left first and then right.
Okay, so you creep underneath the door, fitting gracefully through. You see what looks to be a type of, you'd imagine possibly either a study or a civil room, somewhere where people would have meetings or keep higher up guests. It looks to be a number of bookshelves, a desk in there, some chairs. Very nice, very, very well decorated.
Anything that I can see that's out of place, anything that looks like it's an occult item or suspicious.
Make a perception check. With advantage,
both of us?
Cal's helping you, so.
That was very nearly a natural 1, but the second roll wasn't very much better because it was a 4, so 10 in total.
Probably the most occulty thing in this room looks to be a what do you call it? A stuffed animal head of what possibly is a wolf up on the wall. That's probably the most out of place thing here.
Alright, next room.
Yeah. So you wander out of that room. There's a very strong smell of perfume in the air that you notice, especially as you make your way further, or once you're in that room. Once you leave that room, it gets fainter, and you make your way to the other room. Crawling underneath the door there, you come into what looks to be basically a washroom. This is common in the more luxurious houses. Most houses don't have their own separate washroom. It's mostly, like very standard, basic sort of amenities. But with the luxury houses, they have their own setup
Okay.
That's pretty much it. If you want to make a perception check to see if there's anything out of ordinary here,
Sure.
all the things you can find in a bathroom.
14.
Math. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary except, especially in your tiny lizard form, you pick up the strands of hair.
Is it the same as before?
It's hard to tell in the dark. You can only see shades of grey, but they get caught up in like your legs as a lizard. They are long hairs.
I'm gonna leave it where it is and just continue to the next room.
So you start working with Kel to try and like unwrap yourself from the hair. Eventually you manage to get unwrapped. Meanwhile, Takbo, what are you doing?
I'm looking for a child.
Alright, make a perception check.
I don't know what else we're looking for here. I'm like, we're looking for a child. I'm just looking around going, child.
Okay. Make a perception check. And are you only looking on the ground floor, or are you going to make your way upstairs as well?
Is there a basement?
Not to your knowledge. You can have a look.
I'll have a look for a basement. So I'm just thinking lower levels. Kobolds keep their young down below.
Alright.
Further down.
So... Alright.
I got a 15.
During your search, you find similar things as to the lizards. You also don't find a basement. It appears that there's no place for a basement here.
Suspicious.
Adamus and Kel, you make your way along the landing again through the hallway and back to the last room that you haven't searched. Going in?
Yeah.
Alright. Crawling underneath, you come into a very lavish master bedroom with what looks to be a very tall mirror, like a mirror door to a cupboard on the left hand side that you can see directly reflects the reflection of the bed, which is a large double bed that extends most of the room in the center. There's plenty of space either side of it though, and there's these really quaint sort of nightstands on either side with candles to the left and right. You also notice where the candlelight was coming from before, aside from those, are on the corners of the room. And you can feel, in your lizard form, because they're cold-blooded, you can feel warmth like lingering in the room. You can tell this was, there was people here. That, it's generally the warmer sense of the building. You haven't felt this throughout the rest of it yet. You can make a perception check if you like.
Yeah, boy.
You can see the window as well to your right, where you guys were looking in through, and you can see the door to the balcony on the left hand side.
22.
22. At your height, looking around at the general, like your surroundings quickly, and then having a better look like at intricacies, trying to look for something, using your tongue to search out the warmth as well, you pick something up. You pick up the trail of warmth, and in like your lizard vision you get like an orange trail that starts to form, and it leads into the glass, the mirrored wardrobe.
Is the wardrobe at the door to the wardrobe, higher enough off the ground for us to slip through, or at least try and look through?
Not really. They're two doors that are quite close together, and they are mounted on railings, so there's no space. There's no gaps.
Cal's gonna stay in lizard form. Aramis will transform back, put Cal on his shoulder, open the door.
Okay, so you transform back, and with the transformation, one hand to the one door, roll it back on the rails, and immediately you see a face, wide-eyed, looking at you.
That's the kid.
No, this is a female figure, very bright blonde hair that you can see in the dark, like the eyes piercing with the moonlight sort of reflecting around the room. And she looks at you and she says, "Please don't hurt me." And that's where we're going to pick up next session.
Ooh.
The way of Shadow Monk in his natural habitat.
Indeed.
Oh man.
Clink, clang.
I swear, Taco, if you go for those stairs, I will stop you.
Oh, this was fun, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a good time.
boy.
Thank you.
Felt progressive.
In my head canon, Korovar hit on the old lady,
Most likely.
but she had no idea what he was going on about.
No, she would not have. He would have given up quick. Yeah. Alrighty.
How much silver did I get from that?
Boy.
Oh, for the payment, you mean?
Yeah.
You guys were rewarded the 50 gold in silver.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got 50 gold in silver, so I've got 500 silver.
Yeah, you've got 500 silver clinking around.
That's adding to the clinking.
Yeah. Alright, guys. Well, Korovar won't be with us for another month because of military duties and stuff like that. Bashra probably won't be joining us next session either. And I'll have to have a talk with Kel and see where she's at. But in the meantime, this has been really fun, and I look forward to picking up next session. So, thanks, guys, and thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.